Welcome to a video where I'm explaining a tier list that I've spent a long time building. I've kind of built this out on my journey to achieving about a 25% win rate on Ascension 20 with the Silent. And I've also kind of cross-examined it with data of pretty good players to kind of see where some commonalities are. So this is really mostly meant to help newer players. There's a lot of new players right now, and they might not have really that good of idea of which cards just generally are better. It's also for anybody that's just generally had struggles winning on Ascension 20 or even just climbing Ascension. You can look at the data of all players kind of across the board, and the average win rate is actually 4% for Ascension 20 Silent players. So it's pretty evident to me that I think this could be helpful to a lot of people. And if you already have a high win rate, you don't need me to really tell you what's good or not. So, but I think the majority of players could probably benefit from something like this. Now, I know there is a lot of criticism of the notion of tier lists in this game, and I don't really disagree with a lot of the criticisms, but I would like to just offer up three main defenses of a tier list like this, and why I do think it would be useful for a lot of players. My first is that while it's true, this is not meant to be some biblical rule book that you always have to I see Predator, I must always take it over any of these cards, right? It's not meant to be that. It's just meant to give you what the average sort of game plan is here. So, my first defense here is that not every card necessarily fits right into a tier list very well, and I've even kind of called that out in my list. There's just some cards that they're situational enough that I only kind of had to give a rough average for where I find the card, but there's situations that kind of come up that really add a lot of variance to when you'd want to pick or not pick the card. That's true of a lot of cards, but I also think it's not true of a lot of cards. I think that's something that's kind of ignored in the criticisms, like Dash, for example. So, I'm not pulling this stuff out of my ass, right? Like I've done, so I have here, I'm going to be using 2 bits of data, mainly my data, because I don't want to speak for, I'm using Jorb's data as well, just because he's at the time of this video, he's the #1 player. He has the world record, and he's against tier lists. Like I know that, so I'm not going to speak for him or anything. Like I'm merely just using his data to support some of the things that I'm saying. And even, I looked at win rate and whatnot. I don't actually pay much mind to that. Like, if you look at Jorb's data, he'll have a good win rate on any card he picks a lot of. I'm actually just looking like what are the kind of the rates that he tend to, pick cards in, both him and I, and see maybe some commonalities there. So like, for example, if I'm looking at Act 1, I can see, and granted these are rares, there's not many sample size to choose from there, but I think it is kind of hard to ignore, even with a small sample size, that some of these cards have like 100% take percent, right? But even, more useful to me are the cards that have a little bit more of a sample size, like Dash, for example. Act 1 taken, and granted this is not, I only have the data that he released in a zip file, which is 2019 and only really like half the year, but it's still enough runs that I feel like there is useful insights to glean here. So, you can see Dash 91% of the time he's taken in Act 1, and me as well. If I sort by, let's see, card skip rate. So we're doing per act. So, it doesn't 100% line up, but we should see Dash, about 90%. So that actually does line up pretty well. And a similar sample size. I think I have a little bit less runs just because it's not, I'm still working a full day job and everything. But Yeah, I guess that's kind of one thing I'm saying there. I think a lot of cards are pretty situational, but a lot of them are not necessarily. I think a lot of them are generally always good. They wouldn't have, above an 80% take rate. And you got to think, like, you see these cards somewhat often. I mean, the rares you don't necessarily, but, an uncommon or even a common, if you see an 80% take rate, that's pretty good evidence that it's generally just always good, right? Like, it has, for a new player, they might not know which cards those are. So I think this is going to be useful in that regard. And then another defense I'd like to bring up is that the current tier lists, I know I'm kind of being a dick here, but I just don't think they're very good at all. That has further soured it. So one thing you'll notice about my tier list here, I'm separating between Acts 1 and Act 2 here. It's a different list for each, because there's enough of a difference between Act 1 and the rest of the game. There's enough of a difference, honestly, between every act, but the biggest difference is Act 1 versus the rest of the acts. So I figured it was worth splitting this out. And honestly, if you don't split it out, I think it shows a lack of understanding in the game. I mean, Act 1, if you don't know, especially with Silent, it's true with every class, but especially with Silent, because their starting deck just doesn't really have any additional damage. You're really looking to add damage. Usually that comes in the form of attacks, but with Silent, it can also be poison as well. Or maybe some scaling powers, caltrops can be okay and whatnot. I don't really love the card, but we'll get into. I'll go over each card eventually here. But what was I saying? So yeah, pretty much, you're looking to add attacks in the first act. Let's go back to the data really quick. Both me and him, you can see, if we look at the Act 1, not that it's, only attacks. Like, the high value cards are always going to be the high value cards, but you'll see something like Dash taking 91% in Act 1. You'll see, like, Die has a pretty good take percent. It's the same with me. Like, you see a lot of attacks, but if you don't, if I sort here to the higher acts, you're not really going to see, and really quick, let's actually just, I'll filter into just Act 1 here to kind of show, but, and this is my data we're looking at right here, so we'll say act chosen equal, just 1. So you see all of these, attacks, right? Like, if I go filter by my take percent, you see Dash 90%, Die, Predator, Glass Knife. These all have pretty high take rates, but if I'm not looking at Act 1, kind of don't really see high take rates on attacks anymore, right? Now we're really looking for getting high value skills and powers, because that's really what is going to win you the mid to late game with Silent. Dash is the highest attack, it looks like, on here. I don't think I see any above that, right? And even then, it's dropped from 90% down to 45%. That's a pretty steep drop, right? And the other things will see even bigger drops. Like, Predator's now down to 18%. Glass Knife hardly being taken. And some of these other cards, they're just, they're not really taken. And just to kind of cross-reference here, show that Jorbs has the same type of deal. And for my data, I'm really only looking at year-to-date, because that's really when I've kind of improved my game. I don't think it's too useful to look at my data before that, because I wasn't winning at a high rate back then, so I don't necessarily want to see what my trends were back then, because they're going to show the trends that kind of result in a low win rate. But yeah, so like here, we're looking at Jorb's data now. Not really seeing much attacks, right? Like, none actually yet. Where's the first attack with him? Still haven't seen one. I guess Cloak and Dagger is still not an attack. It's technically a skill. Glass Knife at 26%, which it was, 100% before for him, right? Backstab, 23%. Predator 22%, and Dash is actually even way lower for him, down to 16%. So as you can see, just attacks, they're really useful in Act 1, but not really so useful outside of it. And we'll take a look at his Act 1 again. As you can see, we got backstab, 60%. Oh, we should sort by take percent. So, 91% dash. Backstab, 60%. Predators up at 48%. And even some of these commons, common attacks, you see them a lot. And 45% is actually pretty high for, a common attack. In like poison stab, 54%. These are pretty high percentages for cards that you're pretty much almost always seeing in Act 1, right? Deadly poison, poison stab, dagger spray. It's pretty rare you're not going to see at least one of these, if not all of them, multiple times in Act 1, right? And 50% of the time he's taking them. So to me, it's pretty useful to show that in a tier list, that these are the commons you're looking for. Poison stab, deadly poison, dagger spray, even like dagger throw is pretty good. And then there's ones you don't want to take, right? Like accuracy sucks at all points in the game. Choke sucks. Heel hook sucks. Look at all these cards that they're offered enough and they're never taken in Act 1. So newer players are not going to really see this, right? Like I have some pretty good data analysis skills to be able to build something out like this. And so I think I can bring insight that is kind of lost a lot in this community, right? People have assumptions that aren't necessarily always based around some data, right? And again, I don't want to speak for him because he's pretty against tier lists, right? And I don't even want to speak to that regard. Maybe he likes a tier list if it was done right. I hope that maybe he would like this, but who knows? He probably will never see this, so it doesn't matter. But I just want to show that me as a 25% win rate player and Jorbs as the world record holder have some pretty common card choice trends among us. Not exactly the same, and I will say, since I am the one building this tier list, I'm always going to skew everything toward my own play style, right? Because I can't speak as to every situation that he would take a card in. I can only speak to my experiences there, but I am going to use his data every now and then just to support either my evaluation of a high value card or a low value card. And also, just one more quick note. What was I going to say? So this tier list, I think, is more useful for knowing which cards are good. I think it's still pretty useful for knowing which cards are bad. However, what I will say is the cards that I've marked good, you can be pretty damn certain that they are good because I've basically have the proof of, here's the world record holder, here's me, also a, not a world record holder, but pretty decent win rate. I have evidence that we both take all of these cards a lot and they result in good win rates. So you can be pretty damn sure that the top parts of this list is pretty legit, right? What I will say about the bottom is these are cards that we've tend to just evaluated that they aren't useful, so we don't pick them. That's not necessarily and some of and really pay attention to this too, because Nightmare, like, I'll go through every card. Like, I think definitely get through this whole video before you kind of jump to any conclusions. Like, it feels bad to put a Nightmare at F+, right? The Nightmare is actually a very good card. I've marked that it's not a good fit for a tier list. My thing here is that in Act 1, it's just generally not a good take, but you'll notice it jumps up to A+. Still not a good fit. But what I'd like to illustrate here is really that Nightmare is not an Act 1 card you're looking for, but it's definitely probably an Act 2 and beyond card that you want to see. But sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, so the bottom, Nightmare is not really an example of what I'm talking about right now. So what I'm talking about is, like, I've marked, Sneaky Strike, Heel Hook, Choke. I've marked a lot of these cards as basically almost useless, right? Because I can see that just my general evaluation of them is low, but I can also see that high win rate players tend to not pick these cards. That doesn't necessarily offer 100% proof that these cards are bad, right? What I will say is if you are a new player or you are a struggling player, I think you could definitely benefit from still not picking the cards that I've evaluated as bad. But it's not out of the question that some of these cards actually might be okay, right? Like, it's just simply that we don't pick them. Because I will say, when I look at Jorv's in my data, every now and then I'll come across an example of a card that he just sort of never picks, that I pick somewhat often and actually do have a pretty good win rate with. Bouncing Flask is kind of he doesn't not pick that card, but I definitely pick it a lot more than he does, and I have a pretty good win rate with it. So it's like that. Another example would be where is it? Riddle with Holes. Not a great card necessarily, but it's takeable in my eyes, and I've actually have a pretty good win rate with it. And he also just never takes this card, so it's not out of the question that some of these might actually be useful. But I do think if you're a new player, you are struggling. For now, I would still just not take these cards, because I would say once you get to a good level, you can start playing with them again. But I just kind of have a tried and true set of cards to target that result in a good win rate, and these just aren't them, right? And definitely pay attention to each act, because like I said, Act 1, you're looking to add attacks much more than you are versus the other acts, and you need to know which attacks you want to be looking for. I see a lot of I try to give a lot of advice to the community when people are struggling. I see a lot of cards like Slice, Storm of Steel, Phantasmal Killer. I very often see a Sneaky Strike and Heel Hook. I see these cards so often in the run. I usually ask people to send me like a screenshot of the end of their failed run, right? And this is, Slice especially is a card I heavily see, and I really don't think this is a great card. But again, I'm going to go through every card, so it's going to be a pretty long video anyway, and I shouldn't spend too much time trying to go over each card's in kind of the intro here, because we're going to literally go through every card, and I want to give, reasons for why they are what they are. And if also, I'm going to, in the video description, you'll have a link to this, and I've put in text a note for pretty much every card. So, if you're playing the game, you obviously don't probably want to have my video up and having to re-seek to every portion. So I have a note, I have notes here that should hopefully help you with your decisions. And I guess, real quick, we've kind of, briefly gone over just some of these things, but I do want to elaborate that when you type into Google or whatever search engine you're using, silent tier lists, the three things that come up are going to be these three websites here. And I can't bash this one too much, because obviously just looking at what they've said with Wraithform, it's a pretty old tier list. This is like the old version of Wraithform. So I can't bash it too much, though I will say putting Malace at a D kind of shows a pretty lack of understanding of how to win at a high rate. So generally, I just don't think any of these tier lists are really that good. This is a Spire Logs. I do like Spire Logs like as a site, but I don't really rely on it to give me accurate data. People can upload whichever runs they want, and this tier list, while it is good that they split it out per act, it's the only tier list of these that I see that does that, and you do need to really at least split Act 1 to the rest. The results here, they're obviously sort of generated by some sort of algorithm, and they're pretty wonky. Like, there's no reason Piercing Whales should have a 0 in Act 1. Like, it's definitely better in and even like, why is it so high in Act 2 and like not even very high in Act 3? That makes zero sense. This is probably the best common card in the game. I have a lot of evidence to back that up. And while it is better in the later acts, it's still a very takeable card in Act 1. To put a 0 there makes zero sense. And then like Reflex, like these are generally all pretty good cards, but now you have like Slice and Reflex. Like, How is Reflex a good card? That's one of the worst fucking cards in the game, and that I will not budge on that one. Like some of them, I'll give the benefit of the doubt that there's no way that Reflex is a good card, and so obviously there's some people are fucking with the run data. It seems like either that or the algorithm just has something weird it does. Like even like tools of the trade, there's no way this is like above. Like you go to the very bottom, you see like noxious fumes is like supposedly one of the worst cards right next to distraction. That makes zero sense. So it's just I guess my other defense is that these tier lists just aren't that good. This is actually probably the closest one to okay, but it's still pretty wonky. Like I wouldn't disagree with any of that. Those are all generally really good cards, but then you have weird stuff like Crippling Poison, which is an amazing card, is listed next to Slice and Storm of Steel, like Sucker Punch, even like All Out Attack. Escape Plan is listed next to Choke and Distraction. Like it's pretty wonky, so it's yeah, I don't know. I don't want to I don't want to make this into just bashing the other tier lists. One of my defenses here is it's clear to me that I think the effort that I've put into this hasn't been given to those other tier lists. Therefore, tier lists have kind of got a bad name. So yeah, before you just kind of write it off, just give it a chance. And without further ado, let's kind of get into it here. So Act 1, let's go over really quick just a few things. Since this is, I want to gear this toward new and sort of players still learning. Act 1, you want to target elites. Elites will give you a relic, but not only that, they give you more gold, and they also greatly increase your chance of a rare card, the rarity of your card rewards, I should say. And if you aren't aware, even if it doesn't give you that, there's sort of a way the game keeps track of how many times you haven't got your rare reward, and every time you don't get it, it just amplifies your chance to get it until you get one, and then it kind of resets itself. So targeting elites, I have listed out a lot of rares here, which aren't necessarily super common to find in Act 1, but if you find yourself not finding rares, it's probably because you're not taking on elites enough, or even shops. Like you should also be hitting up at least one shop in Act 1. My personal feeling with Silent is you should hit it up before your first elite. The biggest weakness to me of Silent is this. There's just so many cards that are generally useless. So you have a high chance of duds, and you also even have a high chance of just kind of mediocre to underwhelming cards. So when you hit a shop up on the way to your first elite, which your first elite is probably the one that you're going to have the most struggles with, especially if it's Knob or Lagavulin, if you hit a shop up, you might just get a card. It doesn't have to be an amazing card, but sometimes you just need even like a Flying Knee or something, which I don't really rank it that high, but if you're lacking damage and you need to take on your elite, you add the damage that's available. C or above is usually fine for me. I pretty much want to avoid any of these other things, though. They're kind of last resort if you really are hurting for damage. And that's kind of another thing here, though, that I'm getting a little convoluted here. Sorry. So just back to the matter at hand. Act 1, you want to target elites. I say 2 to 3 is a good thing to shoot for. 3 is ideal, but you're not always going to be able to take on 3. Things happen. If you get 2 in, that's a pretty good standard. That's a pretty good minimum to at least look for. And you can get 3 to 4 depending on how good your deck ends up in Act 1. But per act, I'm looking at 2 to 3, especially Act 1, though. You have the most, in my eyes, you have the most control over what happens Act 1. You can pick your route accordingly. A route I like to see is a shop on the way to my first elite. It's not required, but it's nice to have. And I also like to see the option for at least 3 elites. But even better is if on that 3 elite path, if I have an option to like abort one of them, if it turns out I can't really take on all 3, that's pretty good too. I also really, really want to see at least 1 campfire between them, ideally 2. But taking on 3 elites without a campfire in between is pretty damn rough, and it's pretty rare you can actually pull that off unless you have a pretty good deck. But that's kind of the ideals I'm looking for. You're not usually going to find all of that in your act, but that's kind of what you should be looking for. Now, as far as damage goes, this is not a Bible, right? This is not a set of hard rules to follow. There's kind of something to keep in mind here. When I say Act 1, I'm mainly kind of focusing toward the portion of Act 1 where you still have elites ahead of you. Once you're done with the elites, you could almost kind of just already jump over to this. You don't really need to fill your deck with attacks past the elites necessarily, because you should already have, if you already got through the elites, you probably already have enough attack damage. And now it's time to start adding some good defensive skills, or some additional poison, or some good scaling powers, things like that. That's why a lot of these don't really necessarily fit super great into a tier list. Like backflip, it feels bad to put anything other than like an A or an S next to backflip, because backflip is actually almost on the level of piercing whale in terms of being just a really good common that you find in a lot of winning decks. But I did want to deter new players away from picking this before they had their damage. Now, I do say it doesn't really fit in because of that. So, definitely one way to look at this list is you need to prioritize damage. And a lot of times, some of these mediocre C rank attacks could jump ahead of something that doesn't deal damage. I would generally still say even the skills that apply poison, those are still just fine to target before your elites. Like I love to see a bouncing flask or even a deadly poison. I'll take that over any of these C tier attacks pretty much regardless of the situation. But leg sweep, that's a tough one to evaluate because it's a very good card. But if you don't have any damage, or you only have like one card that's attack damage and you're coming up on your first elite, you probably shouldn't take leg sweep over even like, a flying knee or quick slash or something. You're just going to need the damage, because honestly, against these Act 1 elites, the best defense is a good offense. Most of these elites are basically damage races, especially Gremlin Knob. Sentries is probably the easiest elite that Silent can run into. Another thing to think about is the starting deck you have. You just have strikes, defends, then you have survivor and neutralize. So you kind of already have your defense kind of taken care of with a Silent already. So really, Act 1, you're only adding defensive cards that are super high value, right? Like, so Wraith Form is super high value. Piercing Whale is super high value. It's kind of hard to evaluate because it's amazingly good. I still take it before Act 1 elites if the other choices kind of suck. But, even a Piercing Whale, if I don't have damage, I'll take a Flying Knee over it. I'll take a Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger is a pretty hard one to evaluate too, but so that's Act 1. You need damage. You need to take on the elites. You need to set up a snowball. If familiar with the term snowball, that just means you're trying to get some relics. You're trying to get good cards. You're trying to make the rest of the run easy. And the snowball, it collects snow as it rolls and just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And that's kind of what your goal is here with the elites. If you can take on more elites early, you have that much more chance of getting good relics to really boost you up. You have that much more chance of getting good gold to then spend at a later shop and get really good stuff. And you can get the higher rarity cards, which, oddly enough, aren't always the better choice. Often they aren't. That's what kind of sucks about Silent. There's a lot of rare cards that actually completely are, in my opinion, useless. But at the same time, there's also some that are pretty damn amazing, right? So, kind of beat that horse to death. So let's just start going into these cards. Act 1, Dash, as you've seen, 90% of the time, both Jorbs and I take this when we see it, Act 1. Dash is just so damn good. There's really no downside to this card in Act 1, right? 10 damage, 10 block for 2. that's just so damn solid. It's good against every fight you can find in Act 1. Like, against Nob, it's one of the best ways to mitigate damage while also being able to put in damage. Because remember, against the Gremlin Nob, any skill you play, especially on Ascension 20, or 18 plus, I should say, is giving him a lot of strength, and you're vulnerable, so it's like just a lot of damage. So the fact that dash is an attack that also adds defense just makes it that much more stronger against the Gremlin Nob. And against sentries, when you're inevitably, your deck gets to the point where you might only draw one or two playable cards per turn because of all the status cards, you draw dash. It's not like you care about the high, it's cost 2 energy. You don't really care about that when you usually can't play your whole energy anyway against the sentries. But either way, it usually the ideal strategy with the sentries, you should have killed one of the outside sentries by turn 2 or 3. If you didn't, it kind of shows you have a severe lack of damage. But that's kind of the common thing. And after that first sentry is dead, you're only looking at 10 damage a turn, and dash completely nullifies that the turn you get it, while also being able to chip in a pretty good amount of damage. Against Lagavulin, it's still really good. I don't know if it's necessarily insane against Lagavulin, because you want like scaling damage against him typically, but it's still not bad. I mean, you're still mitigating a large portion of that big attack he has, and you're able to apply damage. And even if you draw it on the turn that he's not attacking you, it's still a way to get some damage in. So dash is just really good, and against every hallway fight, against every boss, it's just amazing. And another thing, there is a certain portion of these ranks, it's like you do want to definitely focus on your immediate problems, like your immediate Act 1 goals, but you can't completely ignore the fact that when you include these cards, they are in your deck for the rest of the game, unless you choose to remove them instead of a strike, right? So, in terms of the longevity, dash does fall off, as all attacks do. It does fall off come mid to late game, especially late game. I think mid game it's still pretty damn good, but come late game, it's not like an insanely great card. That's why you kind of see, like, for me, I only pick it about 50% of the time in the rest of the game. And then Jorb's even less than that. It was like 19% or something like that. But it doesn't fall off enough that it's really anything to deter you from choosing an Act 1. Like, it's not like Masterful Stab, where it's like it falls off so damn hard that actually affects how much you want it in Act 1. Because if you looked at Act 1 in a vacuum, Masterful Stab would probably be up here in the S tier. But the problem with Masterful Stab is it's pretty much a curse in your deck come late game. It's, I would argue, even more priority to remove than a strike. That's how bad it is late game. So that's something to keep in mind with these. A lot of these S tier attacks that you see, they just don't fall off quite as hard as some of these other attacks, along with just providing better upfront value anyway. Glass Knife, you're probably never going to get offered the both of these cards next to each other. That would be a pretty first world problem if you had to choose. I don't know what, if you do have to make that choice. Okay, also really quick, I should talk about the upgrade priority column here. I have given a general thought on what I think should be your targets for upgrades on these cards when you get them. Again, it's not a Bible, but I have thoughts for which cards benefit most from upgrades. Like, dash is low to mid. It's not a horrible upgrade. It's better than, typically when I say something is like a low upgrade, in my eyes, it just doesn't gain a whole lot of value from the upgrade. Like Flying Knee, it just gets your standard kind of 3 extra damage from an upgrade. So to me, that's kind of a low priority upgrade. Dash is low to mid because I think it gets more than, say, so it gets 3 to both attack and defense, which is kind of on the line. If you had defend gets a 3, mostly like backflip, blur, all these kind of 1 energy defense cards gets 3. All these 1 energy attacks usually get 3 from the upgrade. So it's really just getting the both of that. But I do say it's higher than low just because getting both of those on the upgrade, it is better than just getting one of them. Generally, one thing you think about these kind of higher 2 cost cards is like they only occupy 1 card slot, and that's kind of hard to ignore, right? Like that makes it much more consistent to get the things that you need on any given turn. But either way, it's not really giving you super good crazy value, so it's low to mid. Now Glass Knife, on the other hand, is high. I think it's one of the stronger upgrades you can find in the game because it's already a pretty good Act 1 attack, right? It's kind of this weird anti-scaling attack that the more you play it, the more you kind of see it wane off. But in Act 1, it's rare that a fight's going to last long enough for you to really get Glass Knife damage down to some super low level, right? And even, so it's already good unupgraded, right? It does, 16 damage, even more if you have any amount of strength or Akabeko, anything like that, Envenom. But the upgrade's pretty insane. It goes from whatever it is, like 16 damage up to like 24, I think. Because what is it, 8? Let's double check that. So Glass Knife, it was up there in this one, right? Like 8. So it goes to 12, right? So that's 24. That's a pretty big difference, 16 to 24 damage. And then even beyond that difference there, that's an additional 2 turns before you, would see the negative effect that you normally would see of it being unupgraded. Like it takes 2 turns to even get it back down to its unupgraded form. And it's pretty rare that you're going to use Glass Knife that much in a fight, right? Act 1 boss is about the only time you'd see that really get to any low amount of level, and I don't even think even then it really happens. The Act 1 bosses, Slime and Hexaghost are kind of still a damage race in a way, and Guardian isn't a damage race really, but it's kind of a fight that you can take your time with, and Glass Knife is probably not getting played every turn that you see it, so it still, even then, doesn't really drop off that much. Just an amazing Act 1 attack. Crippling Cloud, this is one, I think generally most people do understand the power of these cards in Act 1, but Crippling Cloud is probably one that I think kind of goes over the head of a lot of people. It's a super good card. It does definitely want to be upgraded to see its proper value realized. It's also, so there's kind of 2 things that I always, like when I was a new player, I kind of didn't really take this card much because on paper it didn't really sound that good to me. And it's not, unupgraded, it can be a little underwhelming to play, although I still think it's pretty good even in the unupgraded form. Maybe not so much in Act 1, but the thing with Crippling Cloud is like, upgraded, it's very good in Act 1. Unupgraded, it's still okay, but it's just going to be so good to have it in your deck. It's a card that still does enough work in Act 1 that you can justify taking it most of the time. And if you can upgrade it, it's a shitload of AoE damage while also giving you a lot of defense. And, come mid to late game, it's one of the best cards you can have in your game. One of the best cards you can have in the game. Just to go back to the data really quick, even in Act 1, I'm taking it, let's see, this is my data, right? No, this is Jorb's data. So Jorb's, he takes it 81% of the time in Act 1. And me, I think we can just go over. So let's just sort by the name. You should see Crippling. Wow, they call it Crippling Poison because that's the old name. And I take it 86%. So you can see it's still very takeable in Act 1. It just might not seem that good when you play it, but I think what people forget is it's a very high priority upgrade. The difference between 4 and 7 poison is actually pretty huge. I probably don't have the time to lay out the math here, but just think of something in like a 2 or 3 turn vacuum and think of how much difference of damage that is. That's a pretty insane upgrade, especially when you consider the AoE implications. Like against a single enemy, it's still pretty good, but against AoE, you're hard pressed to find much more insane of an upgrade. Now, Wraith Form, this is another card that when I was learning the game, I didn't actually understand the power of. On paper, for whatever reason, it didn't seem that good to me. It was like I have to spend all my energy just to get 2 turns of intangible and basically see my defense erased, right? It didn't seem like it was that insane, but you just kind of have to start taking it. Like if you haven't taken this card much, you really should start taking it. I'm almost to the point where I almost feel like it's nearly always a mistake to take another card over it. I've done it, you know. What's my take rate in Act 1? Wraith Form. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. It's 100% in Act 1 and then like 90% in the rest of the game. So you can see like I'm taking it a lot when I have these high win rates. And I will say another thing. So I did also take a little bit of look at win rates, or really just total wins, I guess, but and also kind of looking at the win rates. You have to take win rate with a grain of salt. Like I think people put too much emphasis on this when looking at things, because really there's not enough sample size here to really pay much heed to the win rate. But I do think it is at least somewhat of a bit of evidence when you see pretty high win rates with a decent amount of picks. Like, you know, Wraith Form, when I take it in the mid to late game, I have a 75% win rate with it. When I take it earlier, wait, what am I sorting by? Oh, just total wins. If I do, let's just do this. So when I take it in Act 1, 50%, still pretty high. I mean, you know, I have to factor in my overall win rate's just under 25%. But if I'm only looking at Act 1, it's naturally going to be even lower. 50% is actually still a pretty high win rate. But, you know, sample size, there's a lot of variance that can happen there. So I take this with the finest grain of salt, right? But I think there's pretty good evidence here that it's pretty good, right? Like if I do the same here, cards picked, just to go here. You know, Act 1, it was still pretty, you know, it's still pretty decent, like 36%, 55. But again, like there's pretty high variance with this low of a sample size. But the thing you gotta keep in mind is like, while I'm still taking it with a grain of salt, my general rule is like if it's picked any significant amount of time and it has a higher win rate than your overall win rate, and especially with Act 1, I even give a little more leeway when I'm only looking at Act 1, because naturally your win rate's going to be lower if you're only looking at Act 1, because, you know, the runs that end in Act 1 are going to contribute to even a lower win rate than your overall win rate, right? But when I see that the win rate's higher than my overall win rates, that's usually decent evidence that kind of just supports me giving a high evaluation to cards, right? But we won't get too into that. Like I said, that I don't want to get too hung up on win rates attached to cards, because it's really not that reliable, if I'm being honest. Like if you know much about like statistical significance, I'd be kind of sacrilegious to really pay too much attention to win rate. But I don't think it's completely useless to look at it. All that being said, Wraith Form is just amazingly good. Even in Act 1, I think even though I picked it 100% of the time in Act 1, I do think it shines a bit more in the mid to late game. I mean, it definitely does. But it's still really good in Act 1, and the fact that it's in your deck just makes it even better come mid to late game. Similar to Crippling Cloud. Like Dash and Glass Knife, in a vacuum, they're probably even better than these cards in Act 1, but they fall off because they're attacks, right? These don't fall off. These only get better just having them in your deck. So sometimes these cards, it's like they're so good in the mid to late game that if they're anything just close to okay in Act 1, they still are kind of really high value picks. Piercing Wail kind of falls into that as well. But the reason I have Piercing Wail a little bit lower than these is I don't think it does as much for you Act 1. It's not really super... It's pretty good against the hallway fights, but against the elites, it's not really that insane. It's pretty good against the bosses, but it's still pretty good. Like, you can see... We'll get to Piercing Wail later. We should just keep going through. But Wraith Form, I don't know. It's hard to really beat this, the defense it provides. Now, if you're curious on how to play it, you got to think of it kind of as gasoline in a way. Like, it's or almost like hitting the NOS switch. This is kind of similar to something like a biased cog or a corruption, right? For Ironclad and Defect, you are putting yourself on a timer when you play this, so you got to keep that into mind. That's not always the case. If you happen to have orange pellets, or you happen to have a way to get artifact, you can actually, nullify this effect. Orange pellets is probably the easiest way to nullify the effect. So that's something to keep in mind too. Like, that'll allow you to play this early and still not suffer from it. But in general, you don't have those. So you got to think of it in terms of, can I do this and finish the fight soon enough that I'm not going to get killed, And that's something that just takes experience to really learn how to do it. I will say at least for me personally, as I've kind of learned how to use Wraith Form good, or well, English is hard, but you're usually, for me, I'm underestimating how quick I can end fights sometimes, and I'm more hesitant to play Wraith Form than I should be. I think if you are having struggles with Wraith Form, try to really evaluate your runs and see if you think you were playing it too early or too late. I think you should lean toward playing it earlier than you feel you should, and see if it works out. If it doesn't, then you can tailor your game appropriately. But I think you'll be surprised at how early you can get away with playing this in a lot of fights. Turns out, you have to spend most of your energy the turn you play it, but then especially upgrade. That's why I put it mid to high. It wasn't quite as insane of an upgrade as something like a Crippling Cloud and a Glass Knife, but getting an extra turn of Intangible is pretty huge. I could have listed this as high and not lost any sleep about it. I just think I generally would want to see, especially in Act 1, these upgrade priorities, by the way, I've tailored them to the act. Like, in Acts 2 and 4, I don't know if this, I can't remember if this jumps to, I think I left it as mid-high, but like some of these other ones, like, you will see the upgrade priority change, like Will Aid Plans, for example. I even called it out there to be specific, but it's actually an insane upgrade. You just don't really need the upgrade Act 1. So it stays as mid, but then it becomes high in the Acts 2 to 4. But anyway, mid to high, because it doesn't get like, double value necessarily like a lot of the insane upgrades get, but it does get, about whatever, 66% value from the upgrade. And that's pretty big. I mean, an extra turn of just being able to hammer them with damage makes it so you can play the card earlier. It even makes it so you can play it on a turn you're not getting attacked, just in preparation for the next turn, and then not have to worry about being dead the following turn. It gives you that extra turn, so it's a pretty good upgrade. But that's Wraith Form. I mean, it's like having a few of these in your deck pretty much guarantees you should be able to take on most of the bosses for the rest of the game. It's even especially the heart and whatnot, and the elites as well. Like, it makes the game a lot more trivial having this in your deck. It's just so insanely good. Now, Corpse Explosion is also pretty insanely good. It's one thing I will say about Wraith Form and even like Crippling Cloud. Sorry. There is one thing. I should have said this before I went through these cards. There's another thing that we should mention. is like when to skip a card and when not to. So when you're looking at these, like one thing I'm kind of say with Corpse Explosion is it's a really good card, but I don't typically want more than one of it in my deck, right? It's not out of the question that I would get more than one, but it kind of serves its purpose just having it as a one of, whereas like a Wraith form, I'll take as many as these as are offered, right? You could easily have 4 Wraith forms in your deck, and that's just amazing, right? But 4 Corpse Explosions is kind of fucking stupid. You wouldn't want that. Same even with like Dash and Glass Knife. You don't want 4. Dash, maybe if you're running a Snecko-Eye, it can be okay to have like 3 or 4, but generally you don't want 3 or 4 dashes in a deck. Same with Glass Knife. It's kind of overkill at that point. But you know, these cards like Crippling Cloud, Wraith Form, even and later on like Catalyst, they Piercing Wail as well. They're kind of these one use only cards. They exhaust themselves, and you don't necessarily have to limit yourself too much, but there's an element of skipping that you have to understand in the game too. A lot of new players don't understand this, and I see, just to give a good example, there's I evaluated some runs recently where a person had a very high quality cards in their deck. They just had too many. You know, the deck size was like 40. 40 is generally always too big. You'd have to have some serious card draw. And I don't know. I think 40 is almost always too big of a size. But, you know, they had a lot of these high value cards in here. Most of their deck was like what I would consider S down to B tier, with a few C tiers. But they had too many. Like they had like 3 or 4 poison stabs. It's like, you don't need that many. You know, and I had a few quick slashes, I think, a few dagger throws, and it was like, they must have either been adding, they probably just kept adding cards in the mid to late game, and, you know, probably weren't super aware of the fact that attacks are just so low value to add to your deck past Act 1. So, you know, these cards that are typically very high value Act 1, you don't want to, even if the cards are high value, you don't always want to just keep adding cards. To give a little evidence of that, let's see, this is a Jorbs. So this is me. I'm just looking here and looking at my overall skip percent. I combined skip and Singing Bowl because that's essentially the same thing to me. But if you look, it's a pretty good percentage of the time that I'm skipping. Act 1 is 20%. You get more and more picky throughout the run, right? You can see that. So every act, my overall skip percent increases. And just to clarify, that means I hit the skip option or the, you know, Singing Bowl option. I basically don't take a card. So that's something to keep in mind. Act 1, I'm less picky because I generally just need any sort of attack or poison from C tier on up, right? I need to fill my deck with enough of them that I can take on the elites, so I'm less picky. But still, you know, an average of 20% of the time I'm skipping. It's a decent amount, right? Like if I'm offered, you know, if I go back to the tier list here, if I'm offered like, I don't know, if it's like floor 1, and I'm offered like Sucker Punch and Sneaky Strike and Slice, I'm not even adding these to my deck probably, because I still have a few floors to have a chance at better cards, and I generally just find these cards are like losing. They're a losing play to include in your deck. Sucker Punch is almost takeable, but I still really hesitate to want to put this card into my deck. But even, you know, we're even talking about the high value cards. Like, let's say it's the first few floors before my first elite, and I've added like 2, or let's say I've added like a poison stab and a backstab and another poison stab. Let's say at that point, I see, say, maybe a dagger throw is one of the options on my next floor. I don't really need it at that point. You have to ask, you always should ask yourself the first question before you make a card choice is, do I need this card? you don't want to get into the win more territory. Win more, if you're not familiar with that term, that means generally that, a win more card would be a card that helps you further stomp a fight that you already were going to win. But a fight that you weren't going to win, it either hurts you or doesn't help you. So that's kind of the notion of win more. And if you have enough attacks to take on your elites, you should start being a little more picky with your attacks. And even you can start now pushing these kind of purely defensive skills a little higher in your look, what you're looking for, like something like a piercing wail, something like a leg sweep. If you're already good on damage, now you're really wanting to add these cards. And even like piercing wail or leg sweep, if it's the very first floor and I had those choices, but instead one of them was like piercing wail or leg sweep, I would actually take it there. Even if, it's not adding damage, but it will help me with the normal fights. It's a good card to have in my deck in general, and it's going to help me more than a shitty attack like Slice or Sucker Punch will, right? Like these attacks that hardly even are better than a strike, you don't need them in your deck. They're kind of just last resort things. Like if I for whatever reason had absolutely no damage in my deck and I'm coming right up on elite, maybe then I start considering these D tier options of attacks. Definitely wouldn't consider like the non-attacks. Like I'm not adding a dodge and roll pretty much at all in Act 1 before my first elite. Like I would need a pretty good reason to add dodge and roll, but that's kind of that. So we were on Corpse Explosion. Just wanted to go over the kind of the skip strategy. You don't want to fill your deck up. The larger your deck is, the harder it is to find your high value cards. You can get away with somewhat larger decks in the late game if you have the proper amount of exhaustible cards and card draw, but that's something we're going to get into when we go over the Act 2 to 4 tier list. So Corpse Explosion, I've listed it as a high upgrade. It's very similar to Crippling Cloud in the wanting of an upgrade, because the effect of AoE is already amazingly good. So unupgraded, it's still amazingly good. You're hard pressed to find better AoE than this in the game. I mean, what other AoE in the game can literally one-shot Donu and Dika, right? But, that's probably the most extreme example. But even like, any of the Act 1 AoE fights, this will destroy, like even like sentries, like the artifact will block the poison, but it's not going to block the corpse explode. You kill one sentry and they're all dead. But the reason for the upgrade is like at 2 energy, 6 poison is pretty damn underwhelming and awkward to play a lot of the time, especially against the single enemies, right? So you don't really get the benefit of the corpse explode portion of this when you're fighting a single enemy, which does make up a good portion of the game, right? Especially bosses and whatnot. But if you upgrade this, it becomes much more playable in those fights. If you don't upgrade it, it's almost like, I'm not going to say it's on the level of like a curse, but it's certainly a very underwhelming and awkward play in these single fights. But at 9 poison, it's a completely different ball game. Now it's on the level of an unupgraded Bouncing Flask, which is already very, you can think of it, it's very good against a single enemy, even in the unupgraded form. So now it has become that. And it's just even that much better in AoE fights. It makes it a lot easier to get, it's usually cutting your turn before the explode happens down by at least 1, if not 2. Yeah, very good upgrade. Typically, though, especially Act 1, I'm probably not looking to add 2 of these to my deck. The only way I would add 2 of these to my deck is if it was like mid to late game, which we're not even talking about at the moment. So I'll go over that later probably. But, just a 1 of is fine. I wouldn't add more. You're probably not going to get offered another one, honestly, in Act 1 if you already got offered one. But worth noting. Backstab, not quite. I think it's not quite on the level of these top 6 that I just listed off. I think these top 6 are just so damn good, but I think Backstab is still pretty damn good. No real reason to upgrade it in my eyes. The upgrade's okay. It's technically more, it's 4, I think it's 4 damage, but You only play it once per fight. Granted, it costs nothing and it's always there in the starting hand. I just don't think that that 4 extra damage is that high priority of an upgrade. It's not changing fights enough that it's really on the level of something like these. But backstab, it's like, it's just a very solid attack. It's a card I wouldn't want more than 2 of. I generally only want 1, but if it's Act 1 and I get offered 2, I'm not going to pass that up, right? Like, I'll take that. It gives me enough of an Act 1 boost that it's totally worth having. It does kind of end up hurting a little bit come mid to late game, because the fact that they're innate, granted, you know, Silent does draw extra cards in turn 1, but it does reduce your chances that you get your scaling going quicker. It's just something to keep in mind. For that reason, I would never add more than 2, right? You're really gimping your mid to late game by adding more than 2. But 1 to 2 is absolutely fine, and you will see a very easy Act 1 if you have 2 of these, and even 1. It's just very good. Like, a lot of damage for no investment. It exhausts itself, so even in that, you know, even in the mid to late game, while it hurts your initial draw, the fact that it exhausts itself is pretty damn good. It just makes it so every turn after that, you never have to worry about having an extra attack in your deck. Really not much more to say. It also enables a few synergies, not in a huge way, but, you know, if you have like a kunai or a shuriken, you can generally get your at least 1 proc of it turn 1 pretty much guaranteed when you have a backstab. Like, it's pretty rare that you wouldn't have 2 other attacks in your draw of 7, right? Especially Act 1 when you're trying to skew your your deck toward attacks. Predator, this is a very good attack. I do think I do prefer backstab generally, but again, this is not a biblical thing. Like, you could easily pick Predator over backstab in a lot of situations, right? It really just depends on what you need at the moment. And I will say it's upgraded, even though it's not necessarily like a scaling upgrade. It's actually a pretty good upgrade. And the reason I say that is, like, 15 damage for 2 energy is just kind of okay. It's nothing insane. It's not bad, but it's not like necessarily what I would say like in the realm of S or A tier. But the effect is really good. Come mid to late game, you want to draw cards the same turn, but in Act 1, there's not much of a need for drawing cards on the same turn. The reason for that is, like, you just generally don't have super high value combo pieces or scaling pieces that you're digging for early. And also, you just don't have the energy to really support, drawing a turn, spending energy to draw a card the same turn and actually be able to play it / whatever your hand currently is. So the fact that it draws cards the following turn is actually really good for Act 1, because then usually it just really opens up your options the next turn. And since you're usually just on 3 energy, it's not like you needed to draw immediately anyway. And you're spending 2 energy to do it, so it's actually very good that utility is there. Reason I put it a mid for the upgrade party is it actually adds a lot of damage. 5 extra damage is significant. And it also makes the card a little less awkward to play. The thing is, you really want to play Predator, but it's hard to justify playing it sometimes on 15 damage. At 20 damage, it's actually a lot easier to justify playing it on any given turn. That's often giving you the extra damage needed to, like, finish an enemy off. At 15 damage, you might not be able to finish the enemy off, and you're taking damage typically more often in favor of playing this card. And Silent has no built-in healing. They really can't afford to take a lot of damage over time. It's gonna happen, but the less choices you have to make in terms of dealing damage versus mitigating damage, the easier you're just gonna have, or the easier time you're gonna have. And upgrading Predator, it absolutely makes that an easier choice to make. Die is also very high value. Another nice thing about Predator is it's a little more useful come mid to late game than a lot of other attacks. That's one other thing I'd like to throw in there. But so Die. It's very good AoE. Act 1 especially. It's definitely one that falls off a bit come mid to late game, which is why I'm not listing it in the S tier. However, you still can't really go wrong with Die Die Die. I mean, you're hard pressed to find such, you know, immediate AoE damage for one energy, right? It does exhaust itself, so that kind of sucks sometimes, but at the amount of damage you're outputting, especially for Act 1, that doesn't usually matter. It really only might matter in the boss fight, but in the boss fights, I don't know if you really need it that much anyway. Like, you're usually just. I would probably. It probably just. Against Hexaghost, you'd probably want to see it cycle back through your deck, but against Slime Boss, you're usually just trying to get a good split, and you either get a good split or you don't. Like, if you don't get a good split, you're just kind of dead. If you do get a good split, you kind of just win, and Die 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 is very good for getting that split. And even if you don't draw it on the split, you can use it as a follow-up AoE to maybe get a uh, sort of big hit on hopefully low HP slimes. But the normal encounters, the elites, it just does good against all of them. It's obviously very good against sentries and the sort of slime and gremlin normal hallway fights. It'll just delete them pretty much. But even against the single enemies, I mean, it's a lot of damage for one energy, even toward a single enemy. So it's just never bad. It's always good. Can't really go wrong with Die Die Die. Well-Laid Plans. This is a card that really ties the class together, I should say. And I'm usually taking it in Act 1 if I see it. I would take these attacks obviously over it, maybe even some of the B tier if I'm really hurting for damage. But I'm always looking for an excuse to get at least one Well-Laid Plans. Or I wouldn't say at least. In Act 1 I don't want more than one Well-Laid Plans typically, but having one is a-okay for Act 1. Like, you don't necessarily need the upgrade because you don't typically have the energy or combo pieces required to really make use of holding on to 2 cards a turn. That being said, it's not like a horrible upgrade either. Like, I would still take it over like a +3 damage or a +3 defense to like a 1 energy card or something. But yeah, it's just the Well-Laid Plans really is the cornerstone of this class. It allows you to kind of make a lot of things work in a consistent fashion. If you have a Wraith form, instead of having to rely on, letting it cycle back through your deck and hopefully getting it the turn you need it, Well-Laid Plans just guarantees you can hold on to it for the exact turn you need it. Same with something like Corpse Explosion with it. Sometimes with Corpse Explosion, you have to play it like early, and if you haven't upgraded it yet, that can be a pretty awkward turn just to set up the effect. But if you have Well-Laid Plans and this is like unupgraded, you could just hold it until it's time to kill the enemy, and then you just put it on. You don't really care about the poison necessarily, and then it'll just explode the enemies. Piercing Wail is super good with Well-Laid Plans. Like, it's in a way almost like a makeshift Wraith form against any sort of multi-attacker, or even like an AoE fight. And having it, it's probably my most held card with Well-Laid Plans, let's put it that way. Even like a Skewer, depending on your situation, could be a good Well-Laid Plans hold. Just get a ton of hits out of it on a turn when they're not attacking you or something. Well-Laid Plan, yeah, it's just very good to have, and it's not bad against any of the elites really. Against sentries, it's really good actually. Being able to carry the cards over from turn to turn, that will greatly make that an easier fight, given all the status cards you're gonna have to deal with. Even Gremlin Knob, it's like you're usually not able to play all your energy against Gremlin Knob, so you can find an energy to play Well-Laid Plans, and it's a power, so it's not like it's not a skill, so it doesn't give him like strength when you play it. And the nice thing about it is you can basically use it to hold on to something, whether that's like an extra attack for the turn you need it. Like generally you're playing all the attacks you need, but I'm trying to think of like a good example scenario. Like it's not out of the question sometimes that like say I had like a skewer in my opening hand and a well-laid plans, and it's actually and a few other attacks. Usually I'll just play the other attacks and then play well-laid plans instead of like getting the one energy hit from skewer, and I'll hold skewer for the next turn because it's entirely not out of the question that the next turn I just draw duds, right? I might draw just defends and a strike or something, right? And then in that case, being able to spend all my energy on a skewer, especially if it's upgraded, is definitely better than if I would have just played the one energy on it turn one instead of well-laid plans. So, and then against Lagavulin, it's also just really, really decent. Being able to hold on the cards for the turns you need them, because generally against Lagavulin, I like to focus on defense the turns he's hitting me, and then just hammer him on the turns he's not. But Lagavulin can be a bit interesting. If you don't have any poison, you probably do still need to attack him when he's attacking you. But generally, I have poison. Like I will say the winning strategy. We'll take a quick break here from just talking about the cards, but looking at the wins again, you just see a lot of common things in winning decks, right? You're gonna see, mid to late game, you see these crippling poisons, backflip, piercing whale. It's very common to see, piercing whale, backflip. There's not much difference between me and Jorbs there. Crippling poison, right? He tends to like dodge and roll better than I do. But yeah, like there'll be some differences here and there, but you definitely see a theme of like poison and block, right? That's the most consistent way to end up winning the game. And it's tougher for me to justify adding straight up block cards in Act 1 before the elites, but poison, it's not too hard for me to justify. I think it's still one of the most efficient ways to kill Act 1 elites. So I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. But next on the list is Skewer. Skewer can be an interesting one. It's not like super great unupgraded. So I think if you can't justify an upgrade in Act 1, because here's the thing, if you get a Crippling Cloud or a Corpse Explosion and you can't get it upgraded Act 1, it's still kind of fine because you probably will be able to get it upgraded in the mid to late game. But Skewer, if you don't upgrade it Act 1, you're mainly wanting it Act 1, like you're getting its highest value in Act 1. You may kind of, I should probably put like a yes-ish on this one, because like if you can't justify an upgrade, I don't know that Skewer is necessarily A tier. But if you can justify an upgrade, it's certainly A tier. It's actually a giant difference, the 7 versus 10 damage per energy. That's a giant difference that it provides, especially on those turns where you're getting 3 or even more energy. Maybe you have a Happy Flower or an Art of War or something, and that's 40 damage in the upgraded version versus whatever 7 times 4 is, like 28. It's like on the level of more than 66% more damage. So it's a pretty huge upgrade. Makes it a lot more enticing of a play usually. Like even at 2 energy, you're talking 20 versus 14 damage. That's even more of an upgrade than the damage you get from Predator, which I've already listed as mid, right? So pretty high value upgrade for Skewer, and also just pretty big on the decision to take the card or not is if you can upgrade it or not. But even if you can't upgrade it, it's still a pretty good card. I mean, you're still looking at 21 damage for 3 energy, which on an efficiency level isn't huge, but factoring in that a lot of turns you're drawing like strike or maybe even no attacks at all and just Skewer, like that's still a pretty good amount of damage to be able to do in just one card, right? Adrenaline is never not good, right? And it's usually very good, right? Even in Act 1. Not like insane against any of the elites, really. but it's just such a solid card all around. It could be in the S tier as well. I just think when I look at these cards, I would probably prioritize the other things over it. Just in the vacuum of trying to target these elites. But you could take adrenaline over them too and be fine for it. You know, it's again like a lot of these are pretty interchangeable to the degree of like one or the other. I just wouldn't, you know, I definitely would never say anything of the C tier is like on the level of these, but adrenaline, it's not a whole lot to say about it. It's weird because like the upgrade is actually very good, getting extra energy, but there's a certain level of just like the card already does what it needs to without the upgrade, so I don't necessarily prioritize this upgrade that much. You know, it's still giving you extra energy, and it's still giving you a card draw for literally no investment, right? It's a zero cost card. So it's not like getting extra energy is that necessarily necessary. And even especially in Act 1, like you might not be able to even use that extra energy in any meaningful way. But that's kind of adrenaline. It's just very good card, especially come mid to late game. Like it can say like you may not get an energy relic or even like a good relic. I don't necessarily think energy relics are de facto like the best boss relics, but you know, you may not, you may kind of get a dud boss relic, let's put it that way. And adrenaline is one of those cards that can kind of save your ass, right? Like it gives you energy the turn you need it. It gives you a bunch of cards. It allows you to dig for what you need. It allows you to get a big play for the turn you need it. It's just a very high value card. Footwork as well. Like this is a really good power. It's a little slow for Act 1 is the only reason it's not in the S tier. You know, for the hallway fights, they're generally not lasting long enough that you can justify playing this card in a meaningful way. Some of them are, but generally not. And even against the elites, it's good. It's definitely good, but it's not great against like Nob. It's pretty good against the other two, but against Nob, it's like kind of whatever. It's pretty slow. Remember, the Nob is just a damage race. Like the way to beat the Nob typically is to kill him turn 3 or 4. 4 is probably the most common. Like unfortunately, you usually do take that second hit, but it's not out of the question that you can kill him by 3. I don't think footwork really helps that plan at all. It's another card that's not providing damage that you draw, so it's kind of hurting the consistency there. But can't really knock footwork in general. Like I'm very rarely going to skip this card, right? Like straight up skip option. It's just I would probably take these other cards over it because they just kind of do more. Like Wraith Form just mitigates more damage immediately. It's more insane later on, and these other cards just sort of do damage. And like Willied Plans even, I feel is just generally gonna be better to target than footwork. But it's not out of the question. I would take there's some situations I might take footwork over Willied Plans. Nice thing about footwork is once you do have it in your deck, especially as Act 1 gets a little bit later, you can start justifying adding some of these other cards a little bit more. Like Backflip, you love to have it in your deck come mid to late game. You just need a good reason to add it in Act 1. Otherwise, you're kind of hurting yourself. But Footwork can be a good reason. I mean, that's an automatic upgrade basically to Backflip all your defends. Even like Blur, which, you know, typically not going to do a whole lot for you versus the elites, but it could. I mean, it could, especially with the Footwork. I get, you know, all of these defensive 1 energy defense skills become a lot more takeable in Act 1 with Footwork, and especially come mid to late game, they become more takeable. But that's Footwork. You know, it's a really good card, decent upgrade. It's not on the level of getting twice the value. It's a 60% or 66% value type card, but still a great upgrade. Maybe not in Act 1 though. Again, in Act 1, outside of the boss, it's very good for the bosses, but a little slow for a lot of Act 1. I don't know if I'd necessarily prioritize that upgrade on something that can just give me more damage, right? Now, Noxious Fumes. This is a very, very good card at any stage of the game. In a somewhat similar sense to Corpse Explosion, I don't necessarily want a whole lot of them in my deck, even because it's like, yes, technically for 1 energy, the overall damage it outputs over a fight of any significant amount of time is unbeatable, right? But come like late game, especially considering you're gonna be facing like Awakened One 66% of the time on Ascension 20, having multiples is kind of a liability. And to me, in Act 1, it does serve a purpose of just applying poison, but come mid to late game, I don't necessarily think of it serving the purpose of applying poison so much as just locking in the poison that you already have. So really just one of is kind of what I'm generally shooting for here, but it's not out of the question to get more than one. But I would hesitate if I already had one to add another. I'd really evaluate my other options. But it's not horrible to have more than one. If you get both of them in play, even in Act 1, that's a lot of poison per turn that you're applying. I will say, it can be a little slow in Act 1, but against the elites, Lagavulin and Sentries, it's actually insanely good against, in my opinion. Against Lagavulin, outside of like Bouncing Flask, I don't think I know of a better card against Lagavulin. Maybe Leg Sweep. But against Sentries, that's also incredibly good. You get this ticking, and it's significant. That fight usually goes on many turns, and the amount of AoE damage it will provide you in that, even with the fact that they have Artifact, is insanely high. Knob's probably the only elite it's not like insane against. It really depends on the turn you draw it, but it's still on average, it's providing more damage than even the pretty good common attacks would, right? In terms of just playing it, and by the time that fight typically ends, it's still provided more damage than, say, a Dagger Throw, which is already a pretty fine attack, right? So pretty hard to go wrong with Noxious Fumes in Act 1 and the rest of the game, really. After Image, to me, it's pretty similar to Footwork in terms of Act 1. I do think Footwork generally is better come mid to late game in most of the builds that I would be targeting. Most of the decks that I would target to build, I should say. But you can't, it's not like After Image is bad. It's still a really good power. I think in Act 1 as a vacuum, it probably provides you about as much defense as Footwork. I just think mid to late game, Footwork's a little more useful typically. But the nice thing about After Image is if you do have it, it's still providing you a pretty good amount of defense. It can still be a little slow for a lot of Act 1 fights. Like it may not even provide you like what just playing a defend would do, right? In a lot of fights, that's how quick a lot of these fights are. But one nice thing about having this is having it in your deck does open up your options should you need to lean into some less than ideal builds. It enables them to still work. Shivs would be one of them. I don't typically recommend seeking out Shivs or otherwise kind of these low cost rapid fire type decks, as I don't think they typically result in a high win rate, but you can definitely win with them, and one of the big necessary components is usually After Image. So should you not get the typical, what I would say the typical bread and butter winning deck of Silent would be, just have good defense cards and have good poison application. If you don't get offered that, Shivs becomes an option. Having After Image in your deck definitely becomes a viable option. So it's kind of all there is there. I do think I would generally still want these other cards over After Image in Act 1 though. They just support a winning game plan to me a little bit better, but it's still pretty hard to go wrong with After Image. Now Malaise, this is the first one so far we've gone over that that I marked as not a good fit for a tier list. Um, it's a very, very, very good card, especially come mid to late game. I just don't know what it, how good it is in Act One, really. And even if it does enough, a lot of the time, because a lot of these cards, like Crippling Cloud, isn't necessarily always insane in Act One, but it's still like good enough. It does enough in Act One to justify its inclusion. I think the problem I run into with Malaise a lot of the time is like I don't know if it does enough in Act One to justify taking it over some of these other cards. It's there's no question about the mid to late game. It's one of the best cards in the game, but especially late game, it's one of the best answers to Time Eater, Heart, and Awaken One that you can find. But I don't know. It's Act One. It's pretty slow. It can be good against like Lagluven, but against the other elites, I think it's pretty underwhelming, and it's very good against Hexaghost. I think one of the reasons I would say it's not a good fit, is like I don't think it's. I think it's pretty bad against the slime boss, but I think it's incredibly good against Hexaghost. Against Hexaghost, it kind of should jump up to like the S tier range, just even if it doesn't help you that much with the elites. Just having it in your deck against Hexaghost is kind of like game over for him. Like he just, those multi attacks, if you can get a high energy Malaise off, the Hexaghost fight is like laughably easy. And even Guardian, it's pretty okay against, though I don't think it's like necessary to beat the Guardian. My typical thing with the Guardian, I have a super high win rate against Guardian. Like I think in 2020 so far I've lost once or twice to Guardian. It's insane how just sort of easy I find that boss. And really with him, the main thing is just don't with the Guardian. Another thing about these, the tier list is not so rigid, right? Is like Guardian, you might, especially as you get toward that boss, you might prioritize attacks less than you normally would, because you don't want a super attack skewed deck when you fight the Guardian. If you just have a decent mix of defense and offense, you should have pretty much no problem with the Guardian. And I don't think, I mean, Melisse is obviously really good against Guardian. I just don't know if it's like super on the level of like Hexaghost, how good it is against Hexaghost. But that's kind of Malaise. It's hard to really, I would never skip it, let's put it that way, but I would definitely want like these S tier and A tier options over it, probably. It is worth noting that, granted, this sample size for Jorbs' Act 1 rares isn't super high. It should be at least worth noting that, oh wait, we're looking at card skip rate. So it is worth noting that, oh wait, we're looking at per act. I want to go to 1. He took it 13 out of 13 times, so he's obviously fine. Well, again, I can't really speak for him, right? But I guess it's just interesting to note that like he at least found it pretty useful in Act 1, it seems, right? Like just from based on that. But me personally, I haven't necessarily found it. It's lost me a lot of runs, let's put it that way, when I took it in Act 1. So it's hard for me to actually rate it much higher than B plus for Act 1, but it definitely jumps up to like S for the other part of the game. I think really just think about what you need. This is like a card where I'm almost like, outside of the Hexaghost situation, the question I would ask myself is, can I justify putting a card that doesn't really do a whole lot for me right now? Is my deck good enough to be able to add something that I probably won't really play, right? But it is nice that you can kind of exhaust it for 0 energy at worst and kind of get it out of your deck for the rest of the fight. So that's kind of, I don't know, just ask yourself, like, can you get away with taking it, basically? Similar to, like, to me, it's a little bit similar to Catalyst in that regard. Really doesn't do a whole lot for you Act 1, but come mid to late game. It's just insane. So the question becomes pretty similar. But I will say Catalyst, I think, is a much more of a mistake to take in Act 1 typically compared to Malaise. Hence even though I listed them both as not a good fit, I did put them in different tiers just because I think new players take Catalyst far too often in Act 1 because they've had runs where they see how great it is. We'll get to Catalyst later, though. So that's Malaise. Dagger Spray, for me personally, this is my favorite common attack to have in Act 1. It's just a solid card that's never really bad, and it can range anywhere from like okay to really good in any Act 1 fight. And even come mid to late game, it does drop off, but it's depending on how your relic or deck ended up, it could make use of a lot of synergies. Like it with Akabeko is one of my favorite combos. I've even bottle flamed it when I had Akabeko before, and it just, even unupgraded, no additional strength, just having Akabeko, it's doing, what is it? Let's see, it does 4 plus 8, so it does 24 damage. That's an upgraded Glass Knife in an AoE fashion on turn 1 if you Akabeko that. So that's pretty insane, right? But that's kind of the ceiling of the card. Where on a general sense is where I've ranked these things, and in a general sense, it's still pretty good. These B plus cards are still, I'm like on a happiness scale, I'm happy on anything blue up. Anything below that, I'm kind of like generally. But yeah, Dagger Spray, I don't know. It makes use of any, if you have any sort of strength gain, if you have like in Venom, it's pretty good with being able to double apply that poison in an AoE faction. Come Act 2, it's pretty good against birds. It's just a pretty good card. There's really no downside to Dagger Spray, though I would, once we get to the B tier, the straight up option of skipping becomes more of an option. Like I'm generally not like straight up skipping these cards up here, but if I'm already set on damage, I don't necessarily need to add a Dagger Spray to my deck, right? It's not actually insanely good enough for me to need it. I would have to have a specific need for this card if I'm already set on damage, but it is one of the ways to fill up that damage requirement, and it's a perfectly fine way to do that. That's kind of how I would rate these B tier attacks. It's like I'm happy to see them if I'm still in the stage of needing to build damage to take on those elites. But you can totally skip, like do a straight up skip on these cards depending on your situation. Like it's kind of inverse with the attacks versus defense. So it's like if I'm already set on attacks, leg sweep is like it shoots up, right? But if I'm still needing damage, it's hard for me to justify taking a leg sweep over even like a Dagger Spray or a Poison Stab, right? Even some of these C tier options. Piercing Wail the same. Leg sweep and Piercing Wail I treat pretty similar. There's just incredibly good cards come mid to late game, but if you need damage, that's what your priority should be in Act 1. So Dagger Spray, Poison Stab is similar, pretty similar ranking in my eyes. In a vacuum, Dagger Spray technically has done better for me, like win rate rise. But again, even at the common tier, where you're getting offered it a lot more, so you have more stats to go off of, I still don't think the stats are necessarily statistically significant enough to really use the win rate in any heavy fashion. But I will say Dagger Spray provides a pretty high win rate compared to Poison Stab for me, but that's not actually the case for Jorbs. Jorbs, both of them actually give him a pretty good win rate. So I think there's evidence that both are just really good cards, I would say. And just on a conceptual level, the reason, this is just, it's good AoE damage. You need AoE damage in some form usually. But Poison Stab, what it does is it provides you already, so unupgraded, it's like 9 immediate damage, which is already kind of in the B tier range, right? Like it's not as insane as, your Die or your Glass Knives, your Predator, some of these like super high tier attacks. but it is in, the dagger throw like range of doing 9. It's doing more than the C tier attacks just on a pure damage level the turn you play it. And then it gives you the additional benefit of just, poison. It's continuing damage. The more poison cards you have, the better it even gets. One thing I do think is worth noting with Poison Stab is that it's actually a pretty good upgrade. Kind of the standard you see with a lot of these 1 energy attacks is that you just get sort of 3 flat damage on the upgrade. Like Dagger Throw, it just gets 3 flat damage. Poison Stab, if you look from a flat damage perspective, because it does 6 damage and 3 poison initially, right? The upgrade goes to 8 and 4. So it already gets kind of that the same immediate benefit of damage, but the fact that it's an extra poison is pretty huge. It's weird how just even 1 poison, it kind of goes to show how insanely good upgrading these cards are, right? And even like a Noxious Fumes upgrade is pretty good, though less good I'd say than these, because he's just given an immediate jump to that poison. But even like a 1, just adding simply a 1 to your attack of the poison benefit is actually pretty good. You'll notice like Jorbs, he pretty commonly upgrades this card. Now Piercing Wail, it's this is another one that doesn't necessarily fit good into a tier list, though it kind of does. I don't know. It's like the most winning card in the game. The most wins are for Silent are attached to this card. I just don't think it's necessarily as priority of a pick in Act 1 compared to the rest of the game, but I'm rarely like straight up skipping Piercing Wail, let's put it that way. Like, I will generally, before the Act 1 elites, prioritize attacks over Piercing Wail, but if my options are shit, and I have a Piercing Wail as one of the options, I'm still going to take Piercing Wail. Doesn't help a whole lot versus the elites. Against Lagavulin, it can be a nice option once your defense is sapped to still get a decent amount of block, but it's still not like insane. Against Gremlin Knob, it's certainly better than a defend, because mitigating the strength does mitigate more damage than just applying block, considering the fact that you're vulnerable. Because it's dealing % damage based on the total damage that's coming into you. So Piercing Wail is a little bit better than a defend, but it's still, it's not great to have it versus Gremlin Knob. You'd rather just have an attack or even a poison skill show up in the place of that. And then against sentries, it's probably the most serviceable, depending on your situation. If you don't, like, it will clear all of the artifacts is usually, I find, what its role is against sentries, and that may or may not be a great thing for you. Like, it could be something that isn't that relevant. Like, if the only thing it's doing is allowing your neutralize to apply weakness, it's not like that great against sentries. But if it's like allowing you to now play your Crippling Cloud and apply the poison in an AoE fashion, then that's pretty good in that sense. Or even if you wanted to do the opposite and say blow the artifact and then use Piercing Wail to mitigate like 2 of the sentries damage, that's also a pretty good play too. So against sentries, it's not bad. That's probably the big reason I still kind of justify taking it. And another thing you got to think with these is, you're never going to run into the same elite twice in a row. So if you've already faced an elite, you can tailor your picks accordingly. Like, if I know sentries is one of the 50%, if I fought not the sentries, I have a 50% chance of fighting them my next elite. So Piercing Wail might be even more takeable in that case. But if I did just fight the sentries, I don't, and I just barely scrape by and I need some damage, and maybe I'm not really wanting Piercing Wail versus like even like a Quick Slash or something. But that's Piercing Wail. Let's really quick, I want to emphasize how good this card is in general, though. We'll probably find it even here. So it's Piercing Whale in the mid to late game as a common. You know, he took 83% of the time. That's pretty insane for a common, right? That kind of shows how fucking good this card is. But in Act 1, it's still high for a common, right? It's still pretty damn takeable in Act 1. 62% for a common. That's even higher than, well, everything you see below it, right? Like even like Infinite Blades isn't horrible. 1,000 Cuts. I mean, these aren't high enough to really go off percentage, but you know, even like Skewer, which we've gone over, is a really good Act 1 attack. So it as I said, and we should, you know, we shouldn't just go off his, because this is my tier list after all, but well, win rate, I guarantee you'll see my win rate higher with Piercing Whale versus a lot of other things. So let's just do this. Find it. LMNOP. Piercing Whale. So Act 1. This is kind of what made me put it in the B+. It's like I still take it. I don't know. It's still higher. Remember, my overall win rate is like just under 25%. And it would be even lower if you just looked at Act 1. Or, you know, when you're looking at Act 1. So it's still at a significant amount of picks. It's still resulting in me winning more than I lose, more than I have a normal win rate of, right? It still has a positive effect on my win rate. And then come mid to late game, it's just even almost double that, right? For Jorbs, it is much better. But again, win rate, you know, there's a lot of variance there. But, you know, it's worth at least showing the effect that this card can have on win rate. Piercing Whale, one. Yeah, for him, it's actually, you know, taken a significant amount of times. Remember, 60% of the time he takes Act 1, it resulted in a 50% win rate, Act 1. That's pretty insanely high, but I can't reconcile. I still take the, you know, it's with a grain of salt that I take this, because it's pretty hard for me to reconcile why the Act 1 win rate would be higher versus the rest of the game for Piercing Whale, considering how much better it is in the rest of the game. So I take it with a grain of salt, but there's definitely evidence to show that it's at least pretty damn takeable in Act 1. I just don't know how to really evaluate this card particular. I love to have it, but if I need to take on the elites, it doesn't necessarily help me that much with them, and I'll probably prioritize even like some of these, like even like a Riddle with Holes, maybe more than Piercing Whale. But that's Piercing Whale. It's a very good card. If you didn't know, now you know. If you don't know, now you know. Unload. It's a weird card, but looking at Act 1, hard to really ignore 14 damage for one energy, right? The rest of the attacks that it's lumped in here with, it definitely outshines them in Act 1, I would say. I would say it falls off harder come mid to late game than all these other attacks do. Thus me still kind of lumping it into the B+ kind of tier, but it's still pretty damn good. Like, it's definitely not as good as like a Glass Knife. You know, even the unupgraded form of Glass Knife would need to be played twice before it gets to the level of Unload. But and Unload, I think discarding your whole hand is generally a negative thing. In the Act 1, it's not really seen as much as a negative. It is kind of crappy in the Sentries fight to have to throw away the status cards if you do have to play this attack, but I don't think it's necessarily horrible in the context that you did just apply 14 damage for one energy. I mean, you're not probably using all your energy if you've had status cards in your hand, but still it's 14 damage, which is like more than 2 strikes. So I think the downside of the status cards still being in your deck is kind of outweighed by how much damage you're just applying. You're probably finishing whatever sentry you attacked maybe 3 to 4 turns sooner than you normally would, versus kind of your other standard lower attack type cards. And against Gremlin Knob and Lagavulin, it's just pretty damn good. Like, it's a lot of damage for, and you don't really care about throwing away your skills or anything like that against those fights, right? Like, you just, against Lagavulin, if you're getting attacked, you play your skills first. You play this. There's no downside. If you're playing Knob, you're probably not playing any skills anyway, and you're just attacking. So it's a pretty solid card. Sometimes the effect can be a benefit come mid to late game. I'd say the highest time it's a benefit is in the case that you took the apparition event. Being able to preserve the ethereal effect is pretty good. That you don't always want to. You might have a turn where you're not getting attacked, and you draw both this and apparitions. Even like you could draw all your apparitions even, and this will preserve every single one of them. So that's kind of the best case scenario I can see for the discard effect. But it is worth noting that come mid to late game, that's not generally the case. Generally for me, I would say it's a downside to have this card because I have a well-laid plans, and I want to hold 1 to 2 cards, and this will make that impossible because usually the cards I'm holding are not attacks, right? So usually it's like maybe I'm holding a leg sweep or a piercing wail or even like a wraith form or a catalyst or something, and at that point I can't justify playing unload, so it has literally become a curse in my deck at that point. That's kind of the downside of this card, but it's still very good. Hard to say no to it, but I will say it is in this B tier. It is a card that is skippable sometimes. Like, if I'm good on damage, I really have no reason to add unload. I don't really want to add a card that's going to become a liability later on if I don't have to, right? So really just adding it if I need damage. Bouncing Flask. Now this is a card I would say it's one of the 2 big examples I would say that I tend to value probably higher than Jorb seems to, but well I'm not going to say how he values a card. I'll just say that I pick it a lot more. Like he picks it. Let's see, let's go to the pick rate. So card choice per act, we'll sort by name. He's taking about 30% of the time in 37 to 30 in Act 1, and a little bit less in mid to late game. Still a decent amount, right? Like it still seems like it's pretty takeable, just not like a very insanely high. Like it's taking about the same amount of time of blur really, which I don't really take blur in Act 1 very often, but for me, if we go to the skip rate per act, go back to Bouncing Flask, I take it 81% of the time in Act 1, so that's a pretty big difference. And even in the rest of the game, I take it a higher amount of time. And this is a good example. I mentioned this before, but this is one example of why I will say, well, I definitely think this area is very useful in the tier list. And I do think this is useful to newer players. It's not as, I'm not as confident, as like overly confident that these are 100% for sure bad cards a lot of the time, right? Or even some of these DRC, like I have found that Bouncing Flask is a very good card. And to further, this is just pick rates. I would like to further show just the fact that it, let's see, where is my, here. So if I go back to Bouncing Flask, these are pretty good win rates for me, especially, right? Like, considering my overall win rates, like 24%, I believe. The fact that it's Act 1, so maybe -7 or so % off of that, It's has actually a very high. I pick it 80% of the time, and it has a much higher win rate than my overall win rate, especially for Act One. So to me, that's pretty good evidence that it's pretty takeable. And even come mid to late game, it's even higher. Like it's very high win rate for me. I think it's a very good card. Uh, it's a card that's just kind of good on its own. Unlike Crippling Cloud, Bouncing Flask, you're not super starved to have to get the upgrade. I do think it's still a very good upgrade. It's just not quite as necessary. It does its job unupgraded more than a lot of other cards that require upgrade kind of need. Bouncing Flask is a card that it's very good against a single enemy, but it's not so great in the multi-enemy fights. But what I will say is, especially in the upgraded form, it's not as bad against AoE as I think people make it out to be. At the end of the day, you're playing a card game, you're playing a game that has a lot of variance, there's a lot of RNG involved. You can't be too afraid to embrace the RNG of Bouncing Flask in an AoE fight. You should evaluate kind of the floor and ceiling that playing Bouncing Flask on a turn might provide. If there's a more safe and obvious play to make, obviously make that. But a lot of times, I think people are a little too hesitant to play Bouncing Flask in an AoE fight. Because the thing is, like, depending on the situation, the more enemies, the higher chance of variance there is. But like, let's say like a 2-enemy fight, it's not like so out of the question that Bouncing Flask does exactly what you needed to do, right? Like there's it's anywhere from usually it's between 25 and 75% is the chance you're looking at of Bouncing Flask doing what you need to do. Like, you're either looking at like, I only need a little bit of poison, and that should like be good enough, or I need a lot of it and I need to kind of roll the dice on this. Sometimes you just need to do that and take the bad with the good. I think you'll find that the good, it ends up turning out good more than you might be evaluating. Yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say with Bouncing Flask. I mean, I still would much rather have Crippling Cloud, Corpse Explode, Noxious Fumes, but I do think it's better than like a Deadly Poison, in my opinion. Deadly Poison is still great, but I find that it falls off much more mid to late game than Flask does. Flask is so good against bosses. I mean, unupgraded it's 9 poison, upgraded it's 12. Like, you're hard pressed to find better poison application, outside of like Catalyst. But Catalyst does require a little bit of setup to use. I think Bouncing Flask it does a lot versus all the elites. It's probably worse against Sentries, of course, but it's one of the best cards against Lagavulin. I think other than Noxious Fumes, Bouncing Flask has my vote for the easiest card to beat Lagavulin with. And even against Nob, it's a little variant on what it does against Nob. If you draw it turn 1, it's amazing. But even if you draw it turn 2, it's not bad. Like, it's only one skill played, and a lot of the time it's actually allowing you to kill him a turn earlier, which saves you a lot more damage than that one proc of strength does, right? And I have actually a pretty good win rate against most Act 1 elites, and especially Nob. And I think Bouncing Flask is a big part of that. It kind of, it might go against the thought of like trying not to play skills, especially one that doesn't give you any defense, right? But it gives you so much damage against Nob that it's usually the proper play to play it. The only time it becomes iffy is like if you had to play it on like turn 3. Even then, though, sometimes it's what you need to do. You really need to evaluate how you're going to win the fight, right? And a lot of times I feel Bouncing Flask is the path to doing that against Nob. And it's just an insanely good play against Lagavulin. You can usually wait before he attacks those first 3 turns and find Bouncing Flask and just play it. And it gets even better if you happen to end up with Snecko Skull. I mean, every time it bounces, it gets that extra poison, and it's just doing so much. I also really like it in the case that I end up with Snecko's Eye. So actually, both Snecko relics, it's really good with. With Snecko Eye, it's like even better because now you're just average cost is reduced, and what was already a great card is even better now. And so Leg Sweep, it's a very good card. It's just in Act 1, I find it, I'm listing it in the not good fit. It kind of falls into that, like, if it's before my first elite, I don't know that I really want it. But it's also not, the thing is, it's not horrible against the elites. It just doesn't help you that much. What it does is it can buy you another turn against a lot of these elites. Against Lagavulin, it buys you probably 2 more turns, I would say, on average. Maybe even a whole set of like 4 more turns. But against Nob, it's like, I don't know. It's nice that you only have to play it once, so it only gives them 1 strength, 1 round of strength buffs. And weakness actually greatly reduces his damage because just by the nature of vulnerable, or by the nature of how vulnerability works. But it's still, so what it usually buys you an extra turn against Nob, maybe even 2. But so I don't know. This is a card that if you wanted to bump it up even to A, I couldn't really argue that. I just look at the other cards and I'm like, in the most general sense, I think I'm looking for them over this in Act 1. But it's worth saying that this card, having it in your deck come mid to late game, is just amazing. It's a very good card, and it doesn't, a lot of these block cards, to really shine, they require footwork. I would say Leg Sweep doesn't really require footwork the way that a lot of these other ones do. It already does enough on its own, and it just only gets better with, potential synergies like footwork and whatnot. Footwork generally provides more value to the lower cost defense cards, though. But it still, it still helps Leg Sweep a bit. And yeah, Leg Sweep and the upgrade, I don't know. I actually find I really don't need the upgrade a lot. It gives you 3 extra defense and an extra stack of weakness. That's actually really good, getting that extra weakness. But my decks, by the time mid to late game rolls around, like, I'm really looking to have like Crippling Cloud and Leg Sweep, maybe even my Neutralize upgraded. Like, I don't find I'm needing that extra stack of weakness a whole lot, but it is technically a pretty good upgrade in Act 1 if you end up having it, because that extra stack can really do some work, especially on the bosses and whatnot. And it's, it's nice to have it upgraded, but not I wouldn't say it's high priority by any means. Deadly Poison, I think in the description I said something like, yeah, I'm not salivating to see it, but it's kind of just a good bread and butter card. It provides a good way to add scaling damage. It just isn't quite as good as the very good poison cards. I think it and Envenom are kind of my lowest rated poison cards in Act 1. Envenom is a tough... I should probably change this to maybe a no, but we'll get to that in 2 here. So Deadly Poison, it's... I don't know, it's just kind of solid. Like, it does like to see upgrades similar to Poison Stab. It gets 2 extra poison, which it's not insane, but for 1 energy, that's pretty good efficiency, and technically definitely pushes it past Poison Stab, and just in terms of the damage it does in a vacuum. The thing I will say about Deadly Poison, though, is like, I generally prefer Flask. If you look at like Gremlin Knob fight, Flask is just way better. Poison's still nice, but Deadly Poison, you really want to draw it turn 1 or turn 2. Not that statement changes for Flask, but I feel like by the time turn 3 rolls around, Deadly Poison's a much rougher play than Flask, and Flask does so much more damage typically than Deadly Poison does. And even against like sentries, even though it's AoE, I do feel Flask is better than Poison, because Poison, you're dedicating the whole turn to just burning 1 artifact a lot of the time. and then you have to cycle it back through to really do anything. But Flask, there's a whole wide range of what it could do. It'll burn 2 of the artifacts and maybe apply a little bit of poison, and just by nature of it being a 2 cost, by the time your deck is filled with status cards, it just does more as the fight goes on, even though it's AoE. So already out of 2 of the elite fights, I'm preferring Flask. And obviously against Lagavulin, I still greatly. So all of the elites, I prefer Flask. But Deadly Poison, I don't know. It might be better versus a lot of the normal fights. So that's like not necessarily worth ignoring, right? But I do just think it does fall off enough mid to late game, and it's not just sort of insanely good enough that I rank it super high, Act 1. But I do still rank it high. I think it's a step lower than Flask. Flask I could even put into the A- tier, but it does suffer enough in general against AoE that it probably still warrants the B+. I'd probably rather have Noxious Fumes, if I'm being honest, but you can't go wrong with any of these, really. Like, having poison in your deck is a good thing to get going Act 1, and come mid to late game, you're just set up. You're more set up to start taking things like Catalyst, which is such a game winner come late game. And we'll get to that, though. It's a tough one to evaluate Act 1. So Deadly Poison, I don't know, just kind of a bread and butter card. It's not like insanely good, but it's definitely a serviceable way to add some damage and scaling to your deck. Like, sometimes if you're good on attack damage, you still might add a Deadly Poison just to have some scaling, especially if you're fighting like Hexaghost. You need some scaling damage in there. You might not need it as much versus like the Slime Boss or even Guardian, but against Hexaghost, I would still add it, even if I had my damage kind of good, but I didn't have any poison. I would definitely still probably add a Deadly Poison. Dagger Throw, it's just a pretty solid attack. It gets a bump. I put it in B- because I still prefer pretty much everything over it. Doesn't really provide you any scaling damage or any insane damage, but it does provide you okay damage, and it's generally better damage than some of these other 1 energy commons that Quick Slash and Flang do 1 less damage. But Dagger Throw, the utility is pretty good too. Like, if I were to compare the effect to like Prepared, I really don't like Prepared as a Act 1 include, because to me it just sort of reduces your deck size by 1 without really doing anything for you. If you think of Prepared, it's like, think of if you would have drawn any other card instead of, like, if you didn't include Prepared, you just draw the card that Prepared would have drew you into anyway, and then you don't have to discard a card. I don't think there's really enough discard synergy to make this card do anything for you in Act 1, and if anything, it's a liability because it's a skill and it will hurt you if you play it against Gremlin Knob, so it's a dead draw in that case. But Dagger Throw, on the other hand, it's an attack and you're spending an energy to use it, so the discard really is not like a negative thing to me. If anything, it just only has a chance to be positive. Generally, if you're spending an energy to do this, to attack with it, you don't have enough energy to use the rest of your hand anyway, even if it's reduced by 1, and you get to choose which, unlike something like All Out Attack, you get to choose which card to discard. So rarely ever is the discard a negative. I'd say it's much more a positive. And come mid to late game, I still think the discard is a positive most of the time. Whether it's like maybe you have Runic Pyramid and you need a way to like throw out cards that get stuck in your hand, or if it's like you get even like we talked about with Unload, you could use it to preserve an apparition or something. Usually it's not like relevant, the discard, or even just throwing away like a burn or something, or a curse, like maybe you end up with a bad curse and you need to throw it away. But I would say the discard's generally just either neutral or positive. It's rarely negative. So Dagger Throw is just pretty solid, but I don't think it's like super great. It's just kind of a solid attack that gets an edge over the rest of these just simply because it does more damage, really. Like Quick Slash and Dagger Throw are very similar. I just say Quick Slash gets a little bit lower just simply because it does less damage. You could interchange their effects and I'd keep them where they were. I think they essentially do the same effect. Dagger Throw just has a little bit better chance of having the effect be better, but really it's just the damage that separates these two. I don't really care about the discard. Now in Venom, this is an interesting one. I think that I like to put this into my deck Act 1 much more than I do in the other acts. Uh, it is definitely awkward to play at 2 energy, which is why I listed it as a mid to high upgrade. Um, at 1 energy, it's much more playable. So that is one thing to factor in. Like, do you think you can upgrade it? Is it realistic? Maybe don't take it if you can't, or if you can't and you don't have much that already synergizes with it, maybe you skip it. But I don't know. I feel like here's my thing with Envenom. It's a card that either just sucks ass for you, or it is like the cornerstone of your deck. And if you add it in Act 1, it's not so hard to build it into being the cornerstone of your deck, right? I still think it's got a pretty good win rate for me, let's put it that way. But it's because I kind of know when to take it and not, and that's very hard to explain when I'm going over kind of every card. But if you look here, like, granted, it's only a sample size of 6, but I've won 5 times. And when I say win, I mean that I beat the heart, right? Like, not that I just beat Act 1. It's that I beat the heart. That's one thing I should have clarified here. But so, and the, very grain of salty is the evaluation here, but I think it at least shows that it's certainly not bad, right? That I can win 5 out of 6 times picking it in Act 1. It's a little bit worse in the other acts, but even then, still higher than my overall win rate. And I don't know. I like Envenom. I think I like it more than a lot of people give it credit for. I often see it listed as a card that like needs a buff. I would disagree. I think that it's obviously just fine enough, and I like the fact that it's kind of niche. I feel like I like the fact that it's kind of niche, but also still generally pretty takeable. I would much rather see if they're going to buff the silent class, which I do hope for. I do hope that maybe we get a buff. I would like to see just the cards in this tier become more takeable. To me, this is the problem with the class. Nothing up here is the problem with the class. Really, it's just stuff down here is so useless to generally useless that it really hurts the consistency of this class. To me, Envenom is not a problem with the class. Envenom is a very fun card to me. It combos so nicely with so many cards that really this is a very synergistic card. Whereas like Noxious Fumes is a card you can always take Noxious Fumes and it always does its job for you. Envenom is a card that requires a lot more thought and building around to really make work. So like it's similar to Thousand Cuts in that regard. I just find Envenom gives better scaling and value in the mid to late game, which is why I did bump it kind of 1 notch higher than Thousand Cuts. But I do actually like both of these cards. They're both similar though, and at 2 energy, they're very awkward to play and they can feel underwhelming. It's just like you have to know what you need to transition into if you have them, and also just when to take the card, I guess. I'm still generally gonna, in a general sense, I'm still taking other card, everything above it over the Envenom, but it felt bad putting it into C because I think it's a lot more takeable in Act 1 that is in the other acts, because just simply based on the fact that you can start building towards it. Like in Venom, for example, similar to After Image, these are the two biggest powers that enable Shiv decks. It's not accuracy, right? We'll get to that later, but accuracy is just not what makes a Shiv deck work. It's really things like Envenom and After Image. Envenom actually allows your Shivs to properly scale. And even beyond Shivs, like when I say Shiv decks, going all in on Shivs is just a bad idea in general, because you need a way to beat the Time Eater, you need a way to beat the Heart, and if you're so heavy into Shivs, that's not going to work. But you can take Envenom, and now a card like Cloak and Dagger, which is already pretty good. I might be evaluating it too low. We'll get to that later, but cards like Cloak and Dagger and even Infinite Blades, those to me are the two best just straight up Shiv cards. I generally don't want any of the other Shiv cards in my deck, but these are the two super like decent options at the Shiv. They combo very nicely with Envenom, but even outside of Shivs, Dagger Spray, anything that's multi-attack and or AoE benefits pretty greatly from Envenom. So, and they're really high into that. You have cards like Riddle with Holes. I mean, 5 attacks. That's 5 poison for already doing 15 unupgraded damage. That makes this card pretty good. And even more insane if you happen to have Snecko Skull. Snecko Skull gains insane value out of Envenom. I will also say if I have Snecko Skull, even if my deck doesn't necessarily mesh super well with Envenom, as long as Envenom isn't going to be super clunky, I would reach for it if I had Snecko Skull already, because it's actually so damn good with Snecko Skull. It's pretty insane. But yeah, that's Envenom. It's really good if you can start building in cards like Dagger Spray, Riddle with Holes, Cloak and Dagger, particularly upgraded Cloak and Dagger. That's 2 applications of the poison, and you also get defense. That's a pretty good play. Flechettes as well is very good with Envenom. Flechettes, that's another super situational card, but Flechettes and Envenom, Riddle with Holes and Envenom, those are both just matches made in heaven. And in Act 1, it might seem a little slow, but I do think it's pretty takeable in Act 1. It will provide you with a lot of damage if you can find the room to play it. Gonna take a quick break and then we'll come back. All right, we're back to it again here. So we had just gotten done with Envenom. We're gonna look at Quick Slash. There's not a whole lot to say about Quick Slash that we didn't already say on Dagger Throw. I think it's just a slight step down from it, but it is pretty similar card. Also, kind of randomly, I don't know if it even warrants saying mid here, but I felt maybe it was, because generally you're only getting 3 damage out of your 1 energy attacks, but randomly Quick Slash gets 4, so it does get a little bit more value out of its upgrade. So I did put low to mid there, and that's really all there is to say about that. I don't think it's like a great card, but I still prefer it to like the likes of Flying Knee. They're both 1 energy common attacks that do 8 damage and have a utility. I would generally say that drawing a card the same turn is better utility than getting an energy the next turn. Yeah, Quick Slash, I'm not like jumping for joy when I see it, but it's still pretty solid. Definitely commonly featured in a lot of my winning decks, or just decks in general. Commonly featured in a lot of losing decks too, unfortunately. But Backflip, definitely, it's hard for me to fit this one in. I think I had kind of mentioned I left it in a lower tier just to ensure that I didn't mislead people into taking it in Act 1 too often, particularly before they are facing the elites. It's very similar to Piercing Whale in terms of how it's just a really good
common card for the class. I think Piercing Whale just overall is better at all stages of the game, but that's not really a knock to Backflip any at all. Backflip is still a very good card. You'll see it featured very often in winning decks. It's the second most winning card for the class behind Piercing Whale, given that it's a common. You see it often, and I just don't know Act 1 if I really want to see this in my deck before an elite. It really doesn't, doesn't do much against any of the elites, really. It's kind of like adding a defend, in my opinion, because the draw may or may not be relevant. I don't think drawing cards the same turn is really that strong in Act 1. It's kind of why I don't value, for instance, something like Acrobatics, which I think is a good card in general. Come late game, I just would never really justify adding it in Act 1 for me personally. But Backflip is a similar story. At least it gives you some block, so it's a little more usable in that it doesn't dedicate all of its use to just drawing cards. But I don't really know that it does much against you or against the elites. It's especially pretty bad against Gremlin Knob, in my opinion. It's decent enough against Sentries and Lagavulin, but I don't think it really helps you win those fights. And even against the hallways, I don't think it's like amazing or anything. But all that being said, it's a card that if I can find any reason for me to justify putting it into my deck Act 1, I want to add it just because of how good it is mid to late game. It's kind of similar to Poison Stab and even I guess Catalyst in that way. It's like if I can find a good reason to justify taking it, and the reason is not like too greedy, I would say it is kind of greedy to add, especially like Catalyst and Backflip a lot of the time, and greedy isn't always the correct line of action if it's going to result in a loss that you could have otherwise avoided. I guess that's just kind of the evaluation you have to make. Can I justify adding it? Am I still going to be able to? Is it going to hurt me too much to add it? If not, I'd love to have it in the deck because it's very useful come mid to late game. You can also justify it Act 1 a lot more easy if you do have a footwork already, or otherwise dexterity gain. Like if you have a kunai that you find you're procking a lot, something like that, you can definitely justify Backflip a bit more. Masterful Stab. This is like the most prime example of still having to evaluate the fact that this card is in your deck for the rest of the game. Because, like I mentioned before, it's really, in the Act 1 vacuum, it's up in the SA tier range, but it falls off harder than any attack does, to the point where it's worse than a strike come late game. And that's just something you can't ignore. I'll still add it if I need damage, but this one it's like the opposite to Backflip. I'm actually doing everything I can not to get this card in my deck. But if I need it, I need it. If I need damage, it's gonna definitely give me the damage I need, and it feels actually pretty okay to take because immediately it gives you a lot of value. It's one that, after you've played enough, you know how bad it is later on, and just isn't super good. And I could, just to support that it's not just my own style of play I'm looking at there. If we go back here, let's just take a look real quick. Oh, I need a refresh. So that was card rate per act. We were sorting by name. Just want to take a look at Jorb's Masterful Stab take rate. So, you see the vast difference here. 1 out of 86 times in the mid to late game, and even in Act 1, it's only 16%. That's not like super high. So it's not just, it would appear to me that my evaluation isn't just my own. It would seem that it's not like something you're dying to add to your deck, right? But, if you need damage, it's definitely damage. Anywhere from 0 to 1 cost, typically you're getting that 12 damage. That's pretty hard to beat, Act 1. It's just, hard to ignore how much it falls off later. And Infinite Blades, in a way, is kind of a similar story to me. It is very good source of damage, Act 1. I mean, you play it, and at bare minimum, you're getting 8 damage every turn after. Or, sorry, 4 damage. And any sort of strength or envenom or anything like that will only make it better. But all that being said, and I still do like this, I still put it in the... I put no because it really depends with this card. Like, I'm fine to not have it in a deck come mid-late game because I don't find it to be super strong then unless I'm really making use of Shiv synergies. If I am making use of Shiv synergies, it's a very strong card up until the point that you face Time Eater. And against Time Eater, I'd say it's a curse. I typically don't want to play this card against Time Eater. Even Awaken 1, it's questionable. Like, I don't know if it's really worth giving the Awaken 1 the strength to get this into play, and I don't know that it's worth basically sacrificing a card played each turn just to play a Shiv against Time Eater. I don't think it really is. So it really is a card that is very strong for most of the game, but and even against the Heart, I don't know that I really want to play it. The Beat of Death, even with an After Image in your deck, it's not completely nullifying the downside of Beat of Death at the high Ascension levels. Beat of Death starts at 2 damage, goes up to 3 damage. Infinite Blades kind of actively just chips in damage at yourself if you're going to play it. But all that being said, it's still a pretty good source of damage Act 1 if you need it. I guess one further reason I said it didn't fit well is like I tend to not want this in my deck if I see Guardian ahead of me. I don't know if it's really worth the damage if I know that I'm facing Guardian, because it's in the similar sense kind of a curse. Like, you don't want Infinite Blades in play because that's 4 extra damage every other, I'd say roughly on 50% of the turns. I think roughly 50% of the time I find that he would be in spike mode, at least for my playstyle. Maybe a little less, but that's close to enough to be accurate, I would say. And I just don't want this in play. I don't want to have to make the choice of taking that damage from the Shivs versus like having it cycle back through my deck. I don't think either of those is a great situation to be in. But if it's against Hexaghost or Slime Boss, I think it's more of a fine option to think about. It's definitely like decent. Again, it's another thing is like I don't think it's necessarily insane against the Knob or Lagoluven. I think it is pretty damn good against the Sentries though. That's all things you might want to consider. Like, it's really good against Hexaghost too, I think. That's just a lot of damage over the course of that fight, and you do need, with Hexaghost more so than the other bosses, you do need a steady source of damage, and both kind of Caltrops and Infinite Blades are powers I find somewhat mediocre that actually shine pretty good against Hexaghost, but in either case, I'm almost always preferring like a Noxious Fumes or something like that. So those are like more of my ideal forms of scaling powers, but these can suffice if you don't really have the other options. And Thousand Cuts, I guess it's kind of similar. It's kind of in a way similar to Envenom and Infinite Blades almost. And I do say that for this one, I don't know that I really care about making the Infinite Blades innate. It could be maybe mid, low to mid. I just rather get straight up power on my power though, which is, Thousand Cuts is one of those where it literally doubles the value, which really the way that the 2 energy cost of this power is kind of statted to, I think you really want to upgrade Thousand Cuts, or else it's very underwhelming. So you kind of have to have 2 things with Thousand Cuts. You need a deck that really works with it, and you also need the upgrade. Either one of those, if they're not present, it's going to feel underwhelming, and it kind of just will be underwhelming. But if you have the both of those, that's kind of why I said yes-ish. It's like it can provide general value, but you do need a few things present to really make this work. But if you can make it work, it's very powerful, especially Act 1. You know, if you have like a upgraded cloak and dagger to mix in with this, that does, you know, if these are both upgraded, you know, for 1 energy when you play this, that's already 6 AoE damage, which is pretty stupidly insane, right? But if you don't have cards that really combo with it, it's just going to suck. And I guess that's all there is to really say about 1000 Cuts. I do typically really like it if I see Slime Boss ahead of me. It's pretty good against Hexaghost too, but I guess it's nice against Slime Boss to still get some damage in when you exhaust those slimes. And it's just overall helps you get that. It's a lot easier to help you get a nice split. And then there's just, even after the split, it's just giving you a lot of value. Riddle with Holes, I kind of briefly touched on this earlier, that this is one that's I myself find is pretty decent, whereas I don't think a lot of other players do. But you know, just to show a little bit of proof, let's go to my let's see, relics. We were looking for Riddle with Holes, right? Yeah, gotta refresh this one too. Act 1. I should probably remove some of these lesser useful panels that I've built out, but what we're looking for, Riddle with Holes. So, as you can see, it's not like insanely good, but I take it a decent amount of times, and it still has a pretty positive effect on my win rate. So I see at least some evidence that it's a pretty decent card. I mean, it could even, you know, I'm saying C in a general sense. This might be like a yes-ish as well for the good fit for tier list, because there's a lot of synergies that can bump this card up, and that's really where that win rate comes in. Like I don't really like taking Riddle with Holes in a general sense, hence the C. Like, say, in a general sense, meaning like I don't have any synergies present. However, I still don't think it's untakeable in a general sense. Like, I've taken it before because, you know, it's basically giving you the same damage as Predator does, both in the unupgraded, and then also if you upgrade it, it's the same 5 extra damage. It just doesn't give you the card draw. But that's not necessarily horrible, right? Like, Predator isn't only good because of the card draw, right? It's good because it's a 2 cost. It's doing a pretty good amount of damage, and that's what Riddle with Holes kind of gives you. And with synergies present, it just can become insanely good. Like I've mentioned with Envenom, it's very good with Envenom. With any sort of strength gain, it's really good. And oddly, you know, the boot is a pretty useless relic, but this is probably if there was one card that benefited the most from the boot in the entire game, it's Riddle with Holes. It automatically makes it do generally 25 damage, even in the unupgraded form. So if you get a relic like the boot, which is usually a complete dud, right? A pretty big dud, you can take Riddle with Holes, and now it's actually a relic that at the very least helps you kind of crush Act 1, right? So if you get stuck with this, and, you know, stuck with the boot as your like first elite, and then you see Riddle with Holes offered, I'd say you're pretty inclined to pick it. Like with the boot, Riddle with Holes jumps up pretty significantly, probably to like A tier, even S tier. I mean, 25 damage for 2 energy is pretty hard to beat, right? And there's not many enemies that have block in Act 1, so you're not really running into too many cases where you don't get the boot procs on your Riddle with Holes. And even other than that, Akabeko is actually probably my favorite synergy with this. I've had a few runs where I was able to bottle flame this along with Ekabeko and even along with a bag of marbles, and I was just deleting any enemy I wanted uh, throughout most of the game, even like Act 2 and Act 3, like elites, like the slavers. You can just delete an enemy turn 1, you know. Akabeko's insane with this one. And even like Bega Marbles, I don't know, like it's as at least as good as a Predator against that. And if you have like any sort of Envenom or Strength gain, it just gets even better. Even like Mutagenic Strength is pretty good with this. Like you can, you know, if you draw it turn 1, that's basically what 25 damage, right? But that's kind of a roll with holes. It's also worth noting, even without any synergies present, there having this in your deck early Act 2 is certainly not bad either. It's pretty much deletes the birds, makes that fight pretty easy. And Shelled Parasite, it is pretty good against it. You know, if you can get one turn early in where it hits him and shreds off 5 of his metallicized armor, that's pretty huge. That's a lot of damage you basically did right there, because moving forward, especially if you don't have poison in your deck, if you don't have the luxury of poison at that point, Riddle with Holes is probably your best bet for taking on Shelled Parasite. But, you know, I'm not, you know, I wouldn't go out of your way to pick this card if you don't have any synergies present. Let's put it that way. It's a less than ideal option if no synergies are present, but it is an option nonetheless. If I need damage, I'll add it. And similarly, Endless Agony, you know, it's at its base, it's sort of 8 free damage that exhausts itself, which is not horrible, but it's also not like insanely good. It's can kind of it definitely double dips from strength, but only once, you know, because it exhausts itself. And kind of everything that's similar with like shivs and kind of multi-attacks that we've already said kind of applies here. But I will say this card the effect, very rarely am I using the effect to my advantage. I would say the only time I could maybe justify purposely letting them replicate themselves, like and purposely not playing them, would be against sentries and maybe against Slime Boss. That's about the only 2 fights I can think where I would make use of their like positive use. I'd say come mid to late game, the effect can be more of a downside than an upside, especially if you end up with two of my favorite boss relics. So probably my 2 most common picked boss relics, which are Snecko Eye and Runic Pyramid. This card can definitely become a liability in them, especially Snecko Eye. Like if I have Snecko Eye, I'll probably remove this over a strike, and that's never like a good thing to have in your deck, right? Something that you're removing over a strike. That's almost like curse level, right? Runic Pyramid, probably not as bad as Snecko Eye, but I would say it happens common enough that you draw it and it either causes you not to be able to draw the card you would have been able to draw otherwise, or it just simply is like the 10th card that you draw in your hand, and then the extra copy just cycles right back into your deck. And I don't really want to see Endless Agony come mid to late game. I don't want to see it continue to replicate through my deck, so it's not like a high priority ad by any means, but it definitely can be a okay Act 1 option if you need damage, because it's technically free, right? And outside of Runic Pyramid and Snecko's Eye, it is actually not so bad for normal decks mid to late game, because it exhausts itself, which is nice to see from an attack, because you kind of want to whittle down the amount of attacks in your deck anyway. Caltrops, I think a lot of people like this card more than I do. You could probably argue for a higher general rank. I just don't find the card to be that powerful in my own play, so it made it pretty hard for me to rank it higher. But I should say it's not out of the question that I'm underranking this card. Because in certain vacuums it does deal a lot of damage for 1 energy. Mm. And I will say I do look to add it if I see Hexaghost ahead of me. I'll still prioritize pretty much everything else ahead of it, but if I see other C tier options around it, or even like a Dagger Throw, I don't know, like if I see Hexaghost ahead of me, I will take Caltrops because it's pretty damn good against Hexaghost, and Hexaghost kills me more than any other boss, so it's because of how hard the damage race is. So Caltrops is just really helpful in being able to end that fight before he does his big attack, or you have like upgraded burns being shuffled into your deck. Outside of that, though, I find it to be too slow. I also just come mid to late game, I really don't think it's that good. I think it's one of the weaker powers for this class. I think it's a little overstated the work it can do in the heart. I beat the heart, if I can get to the heart, I win at a pretty high rate against the heart, and it's not Caltrops that makes that possible, right? It's usually poison. Usually poison and some high quality defense cards are how you're going to beat the heart. You don't need the thorns damage. Almost every time that I'm beating the heart, I have enough poison applied that it gets to a point where I'm already hitting the max damage per turn, and extra damage from Caltrops wouldn't even come into play, right? I'd rather just draw some other card. I'd rather draw a poison card. I'd rather draw a defensive card. I don't really want to even spend the energy and card to get Caltrops into play, even versus the heart. And that's, amplified tenfold versus all the other fights, because it just doesn't do enough quick damage for me to really justify it, and it doesn't also do enough huge, like, long-term damage even to justify it that much to me. But that being said, I will say Jorbs does pick this card much more often than I do, and it does pretty alright for him, so it's very possible it's better than I'm giving it here. Escape Plan, and I did say no for the good fit, because it's very situational. It's technically a form of scaling damage if you need it, so if you're looking to fill that scaling role, it can definitely suffice. I also don't think it's very good against Slime Boss, so it definitely jumps down in use for me there. Escape Plan's a weird one. It's a very good card in general, but and similar to Backflip, I didn't want to have players picking it before the elites. It really does nothing for you during these elites. It especially doesn't, against sentries, it rarely actually gets you any defense, which is not like a downside of the card. It still cycles itself, but it's also just saying it doesn't really provide you benefit to offset what I would say is the big downside, which would be the fight against Gremlin Knob. It's a card that on every fight not named Gremlin Knob really has no downside. It's going to cycle itself for no energy, and you may or may not get defense. In Act 1 also, you're more skewed away from skills, so there's a lower chance of that, but even all that being said, really it's just Gremlin Knob that makes this not be a higher tier, because I will skip this card a lot if I know Gremlin Knob is a elite ahead of me. If I only have one elite left and I just fought Gremlin Knob, it actually becomes much better. Like, I would never just skip it in that case. At that point, this card is like a card that it kind of gets to the point where, like, it's never easy to fit this card into a tier list, because it gets to the point where a lot of these other cards, you'll skip them if you don't need them, but this is a card that really doesn't have, like, outside of Gremlin Knob, it doesn't have any downside to really include in your deck, so you're never, like, straight up skipping it past that. Because it's free, it cycles itself, and it might get you some defense. That's just a really good thing to have in your deck. So while it's not like super high value, like I'd still want a high value card over it, it's hard for me to straight up skip come like late Act 1 and beyond. So that's kind of the story with Escape Plan. also becomes more enticing if you have footwork, and obviously if you have, once you have more skills, it becomes something you might prioritize over other cards. Flying Knee's an interesting one. I think a lot of newer players take this a little too much. That utility looks good on paper. I just don't think it's very good in practice. The energy the following turn. The thing is, like, it's a low value enough attack that you're not really adding it past Act 2, past Act 1. So really you gotta evaluate most of its value for what it provides you Act 1, and what that is like 8 damage for 1 energy is not super great. It could be worse, but it's certainly not great. And then the utility, I just find, generally goes to waste. Your deck is always kind of shapeless, I guess. I don't know what the right word is here, but like, you got your mix of defends and strikes. You don't really have a whole lot of good idea of what your deck's gonna draw into. You may not have well-laid plans yet. You generally just don't have super high cost cards yet, but and any one of those might make Flying Knee a little bit more enticing if you have some of those present. But even with them, I guess my argument with Flying Knee is like, there's too many turns where you play it and the following turn is something where they're either attacking you, is like best case, because then you can you play your defense or whatever. But if they're not attacking you, which is a lot of the case, right, it's maybe roughly 40%, right, of the time, your only really relevant thing to do then is, if you draw a bunch of defends or survivor or whatever, you just play your attacks, and very rarely do you have 4 energy worth of attacks to play. So that extra energy just kind of goes to waste. The only time it ever can be used is if you can relevantly use all the energy, which I guess my argument is it's just very rare that in Act 1 that actually ever happens. The only time it'll ever happen is if they're attacking you and you play all your defense and you have some energy left over to play some attacks. Even in that case though, like, you might just be playing a strike or something. Even when you use the extra energy, it's not like that insane usually. And then come to mid to late game, the utility, it may or may not find use. I just find it's very awkward to play Flying Knee on any given turn, but it's not like horrible to have in your deck come mid to late game. It's just a very underwhelming card, I would say, but there's definitely worse options out there. I still add it to my deck somewhat often. I will say it does not perform very well though, but it is often just an option I need to add. Certainly not a great card though. Burst, this is no way is it a good fit for a tier list. It's super situational in Act 1. I would say the situation is generally that it's probably not worth adding to your deck, even though it's such a good card come mid-late game. And if you do add it, I don't even know if the upgrade is high priority, because you're generally not really able to make use of the double play. But it could be nice just to have it upgraded come time for mid and late game. I don't know though. I think it's a pretty bad include in Act 1 most of the time. I think on average it's almost just like adding a defend to your deck that later turns into a really good card. I think on average all it's doing is providing you as if you drew another defend. Every now and then it might allow you to double play some poison or double play, I don't know, some good defensive option, but sometimes it's also that kind of averages out with the fact that you're so skewed toward attacks in Act 1 that a lot of times you're just drawing it and it literally can't do anything. So I really think it's a bad play to include it in Act 1 a lot of the times. And right next to that is Catalyst. It's really the same story. I mean, not the exact same story in that your attack doesn't have skills, so your deck doesn't have skills, but your deck generally just doesn't have the poison required to justify a catalyst, even with the knowledge of how insane it is later. It's most of the time a curse in your deck when you add it Act 1. I will say I only add it, just to give some card pick data here. For me, Act 1, I'm taking it, I think it's only like, let's see how often I take it. Well, that's a lot higher than I thought it would be. So this is higher than it should be. Let's put it that way. I'm being a little too greedy here, and I've learned my lessons several times, and which is kind of why I've evaluated it where I have ended up doing it. But so it should be less than half the time for sure. If you look at like Jorb's, what does he do? I thought it's like closer to like 25% of the time. Yeah, so best player in the world. It's at only 17% of the time does he take it Act 1. So that should, if the best player, I would lean toward the best player here over me, because I know for a fact, just the context of me here, I've mistakenly been too greedy with adding it in Act 1. And absolutely, it should just most of the time not be added in Act 1, as you can see from Jorb's card pick trends. But then, obviously, if we go, it becomes 88% later on, and for him, 65%. I think I'm pretty confident in my 88% at that point, because I think I'm pretty big on targeting poison for mid to late game. I think it's really the winning play. I think any game plan other than poison come mid to late game should be the last resort, in my opinion. But yeah, that's Catalyst. It's like I would need at least 2 good poison cards to justify the Act 1 inclusion if I see Catalyst, and they have to be good. Like if I have just Deadly Poison and Poison Stab, I don't even know if that's enough for me to justify it. I would need like Bouncing Flask and maybe one of those at the very least. And I would also want to upgrade it. Catalyst is one of those. It actually does gain double value from the upgrade. If you use like 6 poison, let's say an enemy had 6 poison, it. Hold on one sec. Sorry. So, 6, use an enemy that has 6 poison on them as an example, and unupgraded, it would apply 6 poison, basically. It's doubling the poison. In upgraded form, it would apply 12 poison, because it's tripling. So actually what the card does is doubled. So that's one, a distinction to make, because I think some people maybe think about it in a too shallow of a sense, and they think, oh, it's only double the triple. Like, it's not like, it's still good, but it's not like double. But it actually is double. It's literally doubling the value of the card, and it's still fine at double, but especially in Act 1, you really need it tripled to really make it worth it. And then come mid to late game, if you have this tripled, that's so good. Simply having 1 Catalyst upgraded and a Nightmare, that combo can carry you through the entire game. But I'll talk a little bit more about Catalyst in the later acts, because I do find it's much more of a mid to late game add. Like, it's kind of a losing play to add it in Act 1 a lot of the time. Cloak and Dagger, this is another one I might be evaluating a little too low. Similar to Caltrops, so I just haven't found it to be that powerful of an Act 1 card in my play. I will say there's a vast difference between my pick rate on this card versus Jorb's. He seems to make pretty good use of the card, so it's probably that this rank should be higher. I have to go by my own experience, and my own experience just hasn't been great with the card in Ascension 20. It's a card that was awesome, like when I was climbing Ascension, like it just always seemed pretty powerful, but it, I will say it's probably the best Shiv related card. I'll give it that. But in that sense, the upgrade, it's a very strong upgrade when you're looking for that Shiv synergy. And Shiv synergy is pretty ambiguous. That could mean something as simple as just proccing your kunai or shuriken, or it could be something like I need to proc my envenom or something, but or even like my after image, but or 1,000 cuts. But I generally actually wish the upgrade, to me this card would actually kind of just have a better general use if the upgrade gave it defense instead of an extra shiv. I think that's my main problem with the card, is it kind of ends up just being a defend worth of defense with the utility of adding some damage that by mid to late game really is usually irrelevant damage outside of specific synergies that might be present. That's kind of where I give it kind of a low evaluation, but I also say it doesn't fit into a good, good fit for tier list, because much like Riddle with Holes, there's a lot of synergies that can bump this up. 1,000 Cuts and Venom. I won't list Accuracy because I'm adamant that you really should never take that card. But maybe if you got it from a transform or something, whatever, it could also bump it up a bit. And also just looking at Act 1 for it, I just don't find it's that good against any of the... Well, it's good against Sentries, but I don't think it's very good against the other two elites. I think against Lagavulin, it doesn't do enough of either job to say that it does that well. It doesn't really provide that much damage or defense. Against Nob, it's definitely bad. It's a skill, so it doesn't provide... It provides, just one more defense than a defend, which is pretty irrelevant versus the Nob when you're giving him strength to play a skill. And the damage of 4 is really not enough to... given the fact that Nob is a damage race, it just doesn't really do much against those elites for me to really want this card that much. I'll choose it over these shitty options if I am just, outside of any synergies looking to add a quote unquote attack. It really is not an attack. And I will say it does pretty good against the normal hallway fights, and it's okay enough against the... Well, I don't think it's... I think Hexaghost it's okay against. I don't think it's that good against the other bosses. I think with Slime Boss, you're generally wanting stuff that can help you get a good split. This doesn't really do that. And then once you're frail and weak, it just kind of gets double fucked. And against Guardian, I really don't want this against Guardian. It's, and oddly enough, it's even worse upgraded against the Guardian, because at least unupgraded, it's basically giving you two defense for the play of it if he's in the spike form. I guess you also have the option of cycling the Shiv back in your deck, but I don't like that option. If you have 2 Shivs being generated, you actually get hurt for playing it. You basically just don't play it. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like it that much. It doesn't seem that good to me. And I will say I don't see it having a super positive effect on win rate either way, so I'm kind of still pretty solid in my evaluation of it. And Blur, this is one where I just, without footwork, I don't really see a reason to add it Act 1 outside of, the scenario that you're done with your elites and you're preparing for the boss. Even then, only, in a general sense, I'm probably only adding it against Guardian, because I don't really think it's super good against the other 2 bosses. That's, assuming no synergies are present, so footwork is really the only synergy you'd find there. Maybe a burst if for whatever reason you did end up with a burst, which isn't out of the question. I mean, if I have, some good poison cards, burst is actually still a fine option Act 1. I probably should have mentioned that. But, bouncing Flask with burst is A-okay in Act 1. That's a lot of damage. But yeah, so Blur, if I have a footwork, it's definitely a higher tier pick. I definitely prefer it to dodge and roll, though both cards with footwork are definitely very takeable to me. And come mid to late game, you love to see either of these cards in your deck if you do have footwork. I don't really like either of them without footwork though. Blur, if Blur is already upgraded, it's a little bit better for me to take even if I don't have a footwork. The problem I guess is when I add it and it's only basically being like adding another defend to my deck. It doesn't really make sense to me to add this. And even with the upgrade, I listed it low to mid instead of just low because it is one of those cards similar to like the Predator upgrade. Like you do want to have good reason to play it because the more you play it, just kind of the better. But because you do want that carryover of defense. If you can kind of get that going, it's pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. If I'm still getting ready for the elites, I just don't really see much of a reason for Blur to be in my deck. It really just doesn't, like, against pretty much all the elites. The only one I can really seeing it have potential to be good against is Lagavulin, but even then it's not helping with the damage race, it's just mitigating damage, right? Alchemize. This card got a little bit better in the patch, the Watcher patch, that kind of upgraded potions kind of across the board, but I still don't think it's a very good card. I listed this, I said like Hail Mary. If you're not familiar with that term, it's like, comes from like NFL, like basically it's like toward the, you basically, the quarterback just throws the ball up and prays that somebody catches it toward the end of the game without, it's kind of just like, kind of like a wild shot that you hope lands. That's kind of how I feel about Alchemize. Like, I don't see any general sense to add it to your deck, but, if you're coming up on a fight, particularly an elite fight, or just anything, I guess, but if you're coming up on something and you just feel like your deck sucks and there's just nothing that's going on with it and you're close to dead, Alchemize can be an option that might save your ass. It's very variant what's going to happen when you play Alchemize. You may get exactly the potion you need. You may just get some complete dud. You never really know. And I guess why I don't find it that good in a general sense is that inevitably what happens is like it feels pretty good the first few turns you have it, but pretty quickly what happens with Alchemize is you end up with, because on Ascension 20, I forget which one exactly, but at a certain point you only have 2 potion slots by default, and you're gonna fill those slots up maybe the first few times. Like you're eventually gonna get potions that you want to hold, right? You want to hold them because they're high value and you don't want to just blow them and then try to re-roll the dice with Alchemize, right? So pretty early on it becomes a curse in your deck. Granted, you can still exhaust it. That's not like a great thing to have in your deck, right? And that's really all I have to say about that. I did also list it. I said it still was a good fit. I mean, Potion Belt could definitely push this ahead a little bit, but I think in a general sense it is generally just not a good card to add to any deck, really. Even with Potion Belt, I don't know if it's that great. You still have to draw a card and use it. If it's not upgraded, you have to use energy to play it. That, I don't know if that's really something you have time to be doing on any fight. You don't really have that luxury super often. You're kind of sacrificing something usually to be able to play this. Calculated Gamble, a tough one to evaluate because I don't think it really does anything for you in the elite fights, but I do think it's generally a pretty good card in general, just in a general sense. So I said not really a good fit. I just averaged it out to kind of C-, but I will say if you fought your elites already, it is probably just fine to add this. It's pretty high value to be able to throw your whole hand away. If it basically really protects you against bad card draw variants. Gives you another shot at getting the cards you need. Allows you to dig if come mid to late game is really where this card starts to shine. But yeah, I don't find it really does a whole lot for you Act 1 pre-elites, right? Terror, it's like technically a form of scaling, and it's technically a lot of damage, and against Gremlin Knob, it could be good. I think it's not that different from Poison in the sense that if you draw it late, it's kind of a dud, but if you draw it early, it does a lot of work. And against Lagavulin, I'd say it's pretty good. I just find that generally Poison is still better, so it's like a very unideal form of scaling damage, and I think that by mid and late game it falls off usually, because usually you're not making a deck where attack is your form of main damage with Silent. So it's kind of an unideal ad, but it is powerful in its own right, I guess. It's just like, I feel like it's a play that delays your it inevitably kind of just not being very good for you, but definitely pretty good against most of the bosses in the game, but less good as the game goes on and your deck skews away from attacks. Poison's just always the best way to win with Silent, in my opinion, and Terror really does nothing for that. But that being said, I'll still take it over the D and F tier options if I need something to help me beat these Act 1 elites, or even like Hexaghost. I think it's pretty good against Hexaghost. And also Slime Boss. I mean, against Slime Boss, if you have some big attacks like Skewer, Predator, even like Riddle with Holes, it's a card that can really help you with a good split. But I'd kind of rather just have like a vulnerability potion. That way I don't have to have this in my deck for the rest of the game. I think it falls off pretty hard mid to late game. Kind of all there is to say there. Fletchettes. Now I love this card, but there's no way you can ever fit this card into a tier list. It is one of the most situational cards in the game, because especially like Act 1, like I would say generally it's not really gonna make its way into your Act 1 deck. It shouldn't be, at least, but it's not always out of the question. Here's some scenarios where I've added it to Act 1, and actually what it does is it really allows you to build a deck. If you can find a way to fit it into your deck, it allows you to further keep building a deck that will have an easier time come mid to late game earlier on in Act 1 and still be fine with it. What I mean by that is, like, it allows you to add some of these defensive skills and not see the huge downside against the elites, because it kind of helps Fletchettes out. But maybe a scenario I could give where it would be a fine Act 1 ad would be, let's say the first floor I add a Deadly Poison. Let's say the second floor I add a Piercing Wail. Third floor, I'm at, the only viable option is like a Bouncing Flask. So it's like, yeah, now I'm pretty skill heavy, but for whatever reason, maybe my other choices on all three of those were just shit, so I had to end up taking those three skills, right? Which are all fine skills in their own right, so it's not that out of the question that you would end up with that. And then fourth floor, let's say fifth floor, you're going to face an elite. Fourth floor, let's say the other choices suck and Fletchettes comes up. Or maybe even the other choices are okay. Like, let's say even like Flying Knee or something is a choice. I would take Fletchettes here if it was offered over like Flying Knee. I might even take it over like Dagger Throw in this case, because you have a lot of skills in your deck, and this is an attack, and it will actually probably get you a lot of damage. So at that point, not only is your deck really good by adding this, but moving forward after that elite, you can much more get away with adding continuing to add skills to your deck. So you could even add another Piercing Wail, or maybe even add a Backflip at this point. That might be one of those situations where now you can justify Backflip even though there's still elites ahead of you. because your deck is just kind of going to be solid enough to make that work. And then come mid to late game, you're going to be sitting really good. So that's kind of the deal with flechettes. But if you're most of the time you're skewed towards attacks, and if that's the case, I just would never add flechettes to any deck. It really is not going to do enough for you. And it's also, that's really what I'm considering Act 1. There's a lot of other synergies that are present with flechettes that you might take into consideration, but I usually take those more into consideration come the later act, or come Act 2 really. But that would be things like Akabeko. Flechettes is pretty amazing with Akabeko. Envenom, it's pretty amazing with Envenom. And then just sort of any strength gain it's pretty good with. All Out Attack in Act 1 Vacuum is a pretty good card, but similar to some of these other cards like Masterful Stab and whatnot, even like Unload, it really falls off mid to late game. It's giving you more straight up damage in an AoE fashion than, say, Dagger Spray does, which I've already evaluated Dagger Spray pretty high. But the fact that it discards a random card is really the problem with this card. You don't see this downside realized very much in Act 1, so it can feel pretty good to add to your deck a lot of the time in Act 1. But it becomes a borderline curse in your deck a lot of the times come mid to late game. I mean, you generally have maybe a well-laid plans, and you generally have some of these cards that you can't afford to toss out and not hold on to. Like you really might need a Wraith Form or a Catalyst or even like a Piercing Wail on certain turns, and to play this gives you a chance that you throw those away, even if that chance is 1 out of 6 or 1 out of 5 or something. That's often actually too high to justify just getting 10 AoE damage out of this thing. But sometimes you have to roll the dice, and unfortunately it can have a negative effect on your win rate those times where it throws away the card that you need. So it's really, I don't like to have this card in my deck. I really am only taking it if I need to. It definitely will help you get through Act 1. It's kind of a bad thing to have in your deck past that a lot of the time. Even outside of that well-laid plans type situation, it could even, there's other times where it's it's usually fine when you can play this as your last card of the turn, but that's not always the case. There's plenty of times, like let's say you had, maybe you're fighting the Gremlin leader in Act 2, and he has 2 low health minions, and he's not attacking you, but you have in your hand like a bunch of defends, like 3 defends, an all-out attack, and a bouncing flask. You kind of have to play your all-out attack first here to kill those little enemies so that you can get your high-value bouncing flask in on the Gremlin leader, because you really don't have the luxury to wait too long to kill that guy. And getting that whole bouncing flask in is going to be huge, and also killing the minions, you kind of have to do that too. So you have to play the all-out attack first to kill the little minions. And then there's a 1 out of 4 chance that you discard your bouncing flask. And that's high enough that a lot of the times that's exactly what's going to happen. And, that type of stuff is going to cause your win rate to be lower just naturally, because it's such a liability to have in your deck. So I don't really love all-out attack, even if it is a pretty good Act 1 attack or a pretty good card to have in your deck, Act 1 in a vacuum. It's very similar to Masterful Stab. It's just a very big liability come late game. Tools of the Trade. Just a very underwhelming card in general at any stage of the game. It's similar to, Machine Learning. I actually think it's a little bit better than Machine Learning, because I think the discard is something you can make use of. Really, I don't actually take this thinking that the card draw is like the main good thing. Really, what Tools of the Trade is better for is the discard, I'd almost say, because it's by far the one card that enables discard synergies the most. It's the only one that can reliably make use of discard synergies, because now you're discarding a card every turn, which makes a few things that normally suck, like Hovering Kite, for example, is a pretty shit boss relic, but if you have Tools of the Trade already in your deck, which is unfortunately not that common, but if you do, it's actually a pretty good boss relic, because from the point you play Tools on, you've now just given yourself an energy relic, essentially, with no real downside. But that's really that's the best case scenario, in my opinion, for Tools of the Trade. In a general sense, I don't think it's very good. The only thing about Act 1 to consider is actually that exact scenario. I think the only nice thing about adding it to your deck, Act 1, is that it allows you to have the option of Hovering Kite as a good boss relic. I don't even know if it's necessarily good, but as a viable option instead of a dud, because there are a lot of dud boss relics, and it's somewhat okay to make one of those not be a dud, but not enough for me to ever reach for this. I'm only adding Tools if almost as like a Hail Mary. I don't know, it's like not in the same sense as an Alchemized, but like, I don't know, if my deck just sucks and if I need for whatever reason card draw, which I really don't need Act 1, I might add it. But yeah, I don't know, you just have to think, like, can I make use of this? Like, there's some reasons you might want it, like if you had like a Curse Act 1, which is not out of the question, it could be okay. Like, the Pain Curse is pretty common to take that event, because the Warped Tongs or whatever is a pretty good relic and totally worth the Pain Curse in most cases. This could be an okay option then, because then once you play it, you can always throw it away before you play any cards, and then on top of that, it's now opening up Hovering Kite, as we said. But that's kind of how I feel about Tools of the Trade. As far as card draw, it's too slow to really say that it's very good. I mean, it only positively draws you a card by the second turn after you play it, so that's not very good, right? You could just get backflip and you already have defense given to you and then 2 immediate card draws, just to use like a comparison. Bane, I think I do like Bane a little bit more than most people do, but I'm still not thinking it's typically a good card. I think it definitely falls into the win more category quite often. I'm only really adding it if I have the Poison Synergy and then it seems like I need it. Usually I have to be in a kind of a dire situation for me to want it, because really is kind of a win more. And depending on the amount of poison in your deck, you really don't. It really is a shit card to draw when there's no poison applied. It's like F tier at that point. That's kind of the thing about Bane. But if you do have poison, it's a lot of damage. It's like almost like a makeshift shittier Glass Dagger at that point. But even a shitty Glass Dagger is pretty good. I will say with Envenom, it's significantly better. And one nice thing about Bane with Envenom is, even if they don't have poison applied, as long as you do unblocked damage on your first strike, it will apply the poison, detect the poison, and then put the second attack in. So it's always a 2 attack when you have Envenom in play, pretty much. But that's really all there is with Bane. I mean, it's a lot of damage when they're poisoned, especially on the upgrade. I put mid for the upgrade because it's like a 6 damage upgrade in the context of them being poisoned. But I don't know. It's if you already have enough poison that Bane makes sense, I don't know that you're hurting for damage at that point, so I don't know if you need Bane. So really you need to ask yourself, is this win more, or is this something I need to survive, right? And, make your choice accordingly. Don't reach for this card if you don't need it.
Now, Sucker Punch. This is a card I used to think was a little bit better because it seemed like the effect seemed pretty good, right? Weakness. But the thing is, like, there's already so many good ways to apply weakness for silent. Leg sweep and crippling cloud in particular, and just even your starting neutralized card is a better way to apply a weakness than this card is. And really, I don't know, it only does 7 damage is the thing. That's really the thing here. Like, the utilities is good enough. Like, if this did 8 damage, it would be in the C tier, but maybe even like C plus. But at 7 damage, it's, even if it's just 1 damage less than these C tier options typically are, that's enough to push it down. I mean, you really need damage, and to me, 8 damage is really the bare minimum standard that you're looking for, and at 7, you're really just not, you're just further gimping yourself for these damage races that the elites are. It's kind of like, who cares if they're weak? I mean, granted, the weakness is definitely a lot of damage mitigated. It's just the card that doesn't do enough for you Act 1 and is also really not doing enough for you in the rest of the game to really think it's very good at all. That being said, though, of the D tier options, it's probably the most takeable attack for me. I would still rather have it than any of these. I think if, especially if it's like your first elite, and for whatever reason, if you drew all duds on the way there, and it's like the floor, or maybe even like 2 floors before the elite, you could maybe start to consider Sucker Punch. You're probably going to lose the fight anyway, but it'll give you a fighting chance against particularly probably Lagaloo. Well, if you don't have any damage versus Lagaloo, you're going to die. But maybe it gives you a fighting chance at least. The weakness does mitigate 5 damage against Lagaloo, and I think even more against Gremlin Knob. Question is, at that low amount of damage, though, like, you're still probably just going to lose, given that it is a damage race. In Dodge and Roll, I don't see a whole lot of reason to add this to your deck, Act 1. It's less immediate damage, or less immediate defense than a defend, which certainly isn't something I'm looking to add. It's a very good card with footwork, though. Even in Act 1, I don't know if I really want Dodge and Roll. I just don't think it supports the game plan that I'm looking for. All that being said, though, if I do have a footwork and I'm done with the elites, or even if I'm have 1 elite left and I have a footwork and I just faced Gremlin Knob, I could consider Dodge and Roll, because it's pretty damn good with footwork. It's right there with Blur. I'd say it's typically giving you, in Act 1, maybe even more block the following turn than Blur typically you would on average. It's kind of pretty variant there, but it doesn't give as much immediate block as the thing. So I don't know. I typically like Blur but a little bit better, but even with footwork. But Dodge and Roll definitely needs footwork for me to consider ever adding it, even come mid to late game. I don't see much of a point having it without footwork, or at least dexterity of some sort. And that's really all there is to say about Dodge and Roll. It doesn't really help you kill elites or anything, but past the elites with a footwork, it's pretty good against the bosses. Bullet Time, I don't see a whole lot of benefit in Act 1 for this. Really, no real This is a card that is pretty niche, I would say. It can definitely shine in the right situation, but I just think the situations that it shines in are far and few in between. And especially Act 1, I just don't really see how this card makes much sense. It doesn't really do anything against the elites. It's a skill against the Knob that you'd have to play. It's against the sentries, you're not really drawing, like, you might use it once and that's about it. Past that, it's a dead draw. Against Lagaloovan, it's whatever, I guess. It doesn't really, it helps you play your cards, but it's not like I don't know, it's not like that good, I would say. Even against the bosses, it's not great. I mean, two of the bosses fill up your hands with status cards, so I guess it can help you clear out your slimes, but you're probably dead by then anyway. Like, you probably just want a better card in your deck. That's really all there is to say about Bullet Time. It's a card that on paper is a lot better than it is in practice, is what I'll say about that one. I do like the card when it's good, though, but it's just in Act 1 is not really the situation that comes up in. It's kind of a card that usually I'll never choose this card. It really just finds its way into my decks through like transforms, and then I can kind of make them work in that case, but I'm not going out of my way to find Bullet Time, let's put it that way. Blade Dance, I think it and Storm of Steel and Accuracy, they all to me are the Shiv decks that you don't really want no matter what. Even if you are doing a quote unquote Shiv deck, I don't think these cards are good enough. Blade Dance, you really can see how much shittier it is when you compare it 1-to-1 with the Cloak and Dagger. So they're both a skill. They both cost 1 energy, and they both have the same upgrade. The upgrade is to add 1 more Shiv. So really, what's the only difference here? The difference is 1 Shiv versus 6 defense. And I'll take 6 defense over 1 Shiv every day of the week. Like, that's just has so much more general value to you. At the base, that's just 4 damage, and of course, various synergies can make that more than 4 damage, but 4 damage versus 6 defense really illuminates the weakness of this card to me. Blade Dance really just isn't what you're looking for to make anything work. And also, it's the shitty C standard 8 amount of damage in the unupgraded form, but it has no actual utility, and it's a skill, so it's not good against Nob. There's not much positives going for it. It's mainly negatives. So I really don't like Blade Dance. I guess the only thing I can say about it is it's at least better, I guess, to me than some of these, because maybe it can, every once in a blue moon, maybe it's offered to you already upgraded, and you have like a kunai or a shuriken. In that case, it could be okay in Act 1. It's guaranteeing you 1 proc on the scaling of those. Even like an ornamental fan, I guess, you could justify it, but again, only if it's already upgraded. I think in the unupgraded form, it's almost never worth it. But if it's already offered upgraded and it's still not good, I wouldn't put it in your deck in a general sense, even in the upgraded form. But if you have those synergies and you need those synergies, then maybe you add it. Eviscerate. This card is just kind of sad. It's like, it could be good if they did something different, I guess. Like, it feels like it should be a good card, it just isn't. It's just too much. 3 cost is what you're looking at, and sure, it might be 2 cost every now and then, but how often is that happening? You have a survivor and you might have a dagger throw, and those are the only 2, to me, like, reliable discard Act 1 includes you're going to have. And I don't know if 18 damage for 2 energy is insane enough to really make this ever worth including. I think in a theoretical world, if you had like 2 dagger throws, maybe it's okay, but it still falls off fuck ton hard mid to late game. That's kind of why I don't think discard synergy typically works. It's like, because it doesn't scale. There's no real scaling with it. It's the same reason I don't like accuracy. I don't really consider accuracy a form of scaling, because it's just flat damage to only one type of thing in your deck. And in the same sense, Eviscerate, it's like it requires a lot of discard synergy, which already isn't that good anyway, to even make it work. So it's just kind of a losing play. At best, it will like limp you through Act 1 if all synergies are present, which is certainly not anything that warrants a high tier rating, right? Storm of Steel, similar to Blade Dance, it's just not it's an all-in Shiv type card, and it's not the card. I guess it's technically also a discard card, but outside of the bandage, whatever tough bandages, it can be okay with tough bandages, but outside of that, it doesn't really make use of any discard synergy. Like, I guess Reflex maybe, but Reflex is such a bad card that it's like, why would you try to make two bad cards into like they're? It's not like Reflex and Storm of Steel is some broken combo, right? It's still a pretty shit fucking turn. It just doesn't do enough. Like, it's a little bit better upgraded, and I mean, with all these cards, I've won with almost every card, right? It's not impossible to win with every card. It's just like, if you're wanting a consistent game plan to win, Storm of Steel is not it. This card really needs a buff, in my opinion. Like, you could make it cost 1 energy, and it still wouldn't be that good. Like, it's like the requirements of it to actually do things that are good are so high, right? You need a big hand. You need some way that these shivs scale. I don't know. It's just not that good. It's so underwhelming. It's one of the shittier cards in the game, but at least every now and then you can, I guess, make it work if you have a lot of ways to, like, maybe you have an Envenom, and I don't know. I probably still wouldn't choose the card, though. It's just a little bit better than the F options, I guess. Slice, kind of similar. Both of these cards, and actually all 3 of these cards, I think are pretty noob traps. They kind of seem maybe good on paper, but in practice they're just not that good. Slice, one of my arguments with Slice is like, you're looking to add damage to your attack, or you're looking to add damage to your deck when you add attacks, and I don't even know that Slice actually adds any damage to your deck, because it does less damage than a strike, right? Like, yeah, so what if it costs 0? The only time that's really relevant is if you used all of your energy relevantly in a turn, which is pretty rare in Act 1, as I've kind of outlined in Flying Knee. A lot of turns you like let's say a turn where the enemy is not attacking you, right? The only time Slice is better than a strike in that case is if you used 3 energy on attacks. Otherwise, you would have actually been better just drawing a strike in that case, because it does more damage than Slice. So that's certainly not a good positive for this card, right? The only time it really does anything for you is like if they were attacking you and you used all of your energy to defend, or even, use a strike or whatever, and you had Slice in your hand and you could play it while all of your energy is used, then it actually added damage. That's the only case where it actually adds damage to your deck. It's just not good enough. I see this card so often in newer players that are struggling. This card, Phantasmal Killer, Heel Hook, they're very Sneaky Strike, they're all very commonly included cards in losing decks, and I don't think they're very good. Phantasmal Killer, we're going to get into a few here where there seems to be like this theme they were going for with the Silent of like setting up a big turn the following turn and just doing good things on it. You see that with Phantasmal Killer. You see maybe even Finisher and Choke could fit into that. I guess, Nightmare is a very good card on its own right, but in a way that might also fit into it. Outmaneuver, Doppelganger, Setup, all of these cards kind of fit into that game plan, and you'll notice I have them all listed in the F tier with Phantasmal as D-. I mean, it could easily be in the F. It's almost like facetious to even split some of these D and F tier ones out, but I don't know, Phantasmal Killer just doesn't do enough. Like, I will say it does fall into that Hail Mary category. Like, maybe you're offered it and you're close you're not doing well, you know your deck sucks, and maybe it's just the thing you need to survive. That's really the only time I would add it, because it's very inconsistent. You really, even with the well-laid plans, you're not holding enough cards to really make use of this. And even then, even with like a runic pyramid come mid to late game, it just doesn't do enough. Even with retaining a whole thing of 10 cards, Phantasmal Killer rarely can be that good for you. It can be okay though. One thing I do like about Runic Pyramid is a lot of these cards down here at least become viable when you have Runic Pyramid, and it's really the only relic that makes a lot of these be kind of viable. But that's just, it's not consistent enough to be able to make use of the double damage. Because here's the thing with Phantasmal Killer. You would have to... it's rare that an enemy won't attack you twice in a row, right? And it costs 2 energy. I guess you could, maybe you could afford to upgrade it to 1, but, usually it's 2 energy. Which means to play something for 2 energy on a turn that does nothing that turn that you play it, that's a pretty big commitment. So they're probably not attacking you that turn, and probably attacking you the following turn, right? And if they're not attacking, they're doing something. They're either they might be making you weak, they might be doing something to you that debuffs you or buffs them, most likely. And I guess, I don't know, unless you can finish them the next turn, and Phantasmal Killer is the reason you finished them, that's the only time that card shines, right? But let's say you can't kill him next turn, well now you spent all this energy, did nothing on the turn, to basically now you have to figure out, okay, am I going to take a bunch of damage because I can't kill him this turn even with the double damage, or do I just defend and waste all the value of this attack? And that's really what happens so often with Phantasmal Killer. It just kind of sucks. Deflect, this is not a bad card, I just don't think it really is necessary in Act 1 a lot of the time, for the same reason a lot of these other cards aren't. It's not that different from Dodge and Roll and Blur, really. It's a card that is 100% dedicated to defense, and really only shines with footwork. Also, come mid to late game, I think it shines with Runic Pyramid as well, but otherwise you are adding a card to your deck that, even though it costs 0, it technically does less defense than a defend. So it's similar to Slice in that regard in the game plan of defense, but overall it's definitely Slice I don't think is really worth adding to any deck, but Deflect, it's more of a mid to late game pick, I guess. But at least if you do end up having to pick Deflect in Act 1, unlike Slice, it will do good things for you come time for the boss and come time for mid to late game. So I don't know. I do like Deflect. I don't see many reasons to add it in Act 1. Now, Sneaky Strike, maybe I'm missing something with this card, but I just think it's so bad. If we go back, it's so in the run data it's called something different. I think it's like Underhanded Strike. Yeah, Underhanded Strike. So for me, I chose it once, I guess. I don't know why, but I did. But other than that, you can see it's certainly not something I'm looking to add. If we go to Jorbs, same story. He actually added it randomly once as well, but when you're skipping it hundreds of times, and only taking it once, pretty confident that it's kind of useless. Maybe the both of us are missing something with this card, but I don't know. It's just so little damage for 2 energy, and like as I've outlined with discard synergy, there's just not enough good discard cards to really make use of it, and it's like it doesn't scale. It doesn't really do anything. Similar to Slice, it's like not even adding necessarily any damage because it's like less damage. Well, I guess it's on par with 2 strikes because it does what, 12 damage. Does it do 12 damage? Let's check. It does. We can check here. 10 damage. So that's really bad. And these are, I think this is updated. Only it upgrades to 4. Like, I don't know. That, in my opinion, if they wanted to make this card pickable, it should actually do 15 damage. It should be kind of on the level of a riddle with holes, and it should do 15 unupgraded, and it should do 20 upgraded if they really wanted this to be a viable card. At 10 and 14, that's so little damage. 10 is less than 2 strikes, right, for 2 energy. Sure, maybe sometimes you can get it for 0 energy, but not enough. There's never enough, right? You can't even, and the fact that it, with Eviscerate, at least it reduces the cost when you discard. With Sneaky Strike, you like have to still have 2 energy to play it. So like, if for whatever reasons you end up with like Acrobatics in Act 1, I don't know, like you could draw into it potentially and not be able to play it still. So it's not even discard synergy that always is even usable. So that even further makes it just a horrible card in my opinion. Heel Hook, similar story. It's like Slice, but even worse in my opinion. Spending 1 energy to do less than a strike is pretty damn bad. And sure, if they are weak, you can technically get that energy back and cycle the card. I guess the only advantage it has over Slice is that it has the potential to cycle itself. That's a pretty weak card though, right? And also, it would only... Technically, you could build an infinite combo with it, but that's a pretty hard deck to build. Hard enough that you're just never really doing it, and it's not worth seeking this card out in the quest of getting this infinite combo. And yeah, I guess there's, Silent doesn't necessarily have troubles applying weakness, but by far in Act 1 versus the other acts, the weakness is less applied. And Heel Hook seems like it would only be good in Act 1. 5 damage is fucking nothing come mid to late game. 5 attack damage, it rounds down to almost nothing, I would say. So it cycling itself is like, I don't know, it's just a useless card, in my opinion. Acrobatics is a good card, but not good in Act 1. I think I say something over in the description of like, a card that is 100% dedicated to just drawing cards isn't really justifiable in Act 1. You just don't have you're not digging, you don't have the combo pieces that you're digging hard enough to find. You don't have enough energy to really justify spending it to just draw cards. That's really what it comes down to. It's a good card, it doesn't make much sense Act 1. Backflip makes a lot more sense. Choke is really bad. I've played around a lot with this card. It just is never worth taking. Similar to Sneaky Strike, it just doesn't do enough damage. And at any stage of the game, really. It shines the most in a bullet time deck, obviously. But there's too many pieces required to really make that work, and really it only even then it only shines in Act 1, really. It's still not a scaling form of damage, really. And in Act 1, when are you going to have both bullet time and choke, right? not enough for me to really recommend players looking to get a little bit more consistent with being able to win the game. Not enough for me to recommend people seek these cards out. So that's kind of where those come from. Similar story with Finisher. I think the same decks that like to see this combo also like to see Finisher. I think Finisher sometimes might be a little easier to pull off than these other cards, but I don't know, like it's such a all-in type card. Like it has no place, has no general place in the deck. It only has a place in a very specific deck, and that deck is not a deck that typically wins the game. So I just don't really think it's good in a general sense. It's a card that, like, if that style of deck was better, it would be a fine card. Like, the card itself isn't necessarily bad. It just, the situation required to make it shine just doesn't really constitute like high win rates or good or win rates at all. You know, it's pretty hard to win with that style of deck. Now, Nightmare is a very good card, but I just don't think Act 1 it makes sense to ever add this card. You know, some of these other cards like Catalyst, you know, Pierce or whatever, like Catalyst is probably a good example. Like, it's can find use Act 1, whereas I don't think Nightmare can really. It can in the very definition of the word can, in the same way that you can survive, you know, jumping out of a plane without a parachute. But, you know, I think in general, it's just very rare that Nightmare ever is something you can use in Act 1. And I think the thing with Nightmare also is, like, it's not a card that always needs to be in a deck. There needs to be good reason for it. It's really much more of a late game card. One of the more late game skewed cards, I would say, in the game is Nightmare. And just holding it in your deck as early as Act 1 with the thought that you'll make use of it late game, that's not a play that's going to win you many games. That's going to lose you most of the time. That's a curse in your deck, and that's a curse that you can't even really exhaust. Like, at least you can kind of exhaust Catalyst for 1 energy, right? And maybe even get a little bit of poison out of it. But at 3 energy, this thing is not coming out of your deck. It's just cycling through. And, you know, if, say you fight a boss, that's a curse that just keeps cycling and cycling. Just not worth it to add Act 1, but it's a very good card otherwise. Outmaneuver, this kind of falls into that whole Phantasmal Killer and Doppelganger thing. I will say I have probably made Outmaneuver work more than I've made these cards work, but that doesn't, it's not enough times. It's still an amount of times that I could count on my hand, right? My one hand. 2 fingers, really. I think 2 times I've made this card work pretty well, but 99.9% of the time it's just a useless card. You know, if we go back to the card pick data, for me, it's, let's see, LMNOP, LMNO, I've never taken it in Act 1. And I don't see any reason to ever take it Act 1. Literally the only time this card makes sense is with Runic Pyramid. I can't see any other reason to take this card. And even then, it's not like a card that you need in Runic Pyramid. It's just an option. It's an option if you're finding yourself having troubles emptying out your hands or finding energy. Like, it's an option with Runic Pyramid. Not even necessarily a good option, but it is an option. So, yeah, I take it 2% of the time outside of Act 1 and 0 in Act 1. And Jorbs takes it whopping 0 times. So that's kind of the story with Outmaneuver. This whole setup big turn, next turn just isn't a game-winning thing. But that being said, I did still put mid on the upgrade priority because it is a card that's, if for whatever reason you have it, maybe you got to transform or something, It's a lot better upgraded, but still that, I don't know. I don't know if even I should put mid there. Really, it's still only that kind of useful in Runic Pyramid. Otherwise, most of that energy goes to waste. Doppelganger is like even worse than Outmaneuver because, you know, in the context that Outmaneuver can only really be useful in a Runic Pyramid deck, Doppelganger, I think the same story applies, and in that context, it's actually worse than Outmaneuver because with Runic Pyramid, drawing cards the next turn makes zero sense because you're usually full up to your 10 card limit anyway, so you'll not make use of the extra cards. All you'll be using is energy, and it gives one less energy typically than Outmaneuver if we use the scenario of playing it for one energy. But that's, you know, maybe, I guess there's some flexibility there in that technically I could spend all my energy to play it and get a huge turn the next turn, but I just don't know how many times I'm gonna find that luxury, and I've played with Doppelganger a lot when I wasn't good at the game, and really it's shown itself to be a pretty bad card. If you look at Jorbs, let's go back to Doppelganger, and yeah, I guess he took it 6 times out of 44, which is, I don't know, maybe he found some more use for it in the later games, but it's still not a very high rate either way, right? Still 0 in Act 1, so it still seems useless in Act 1, but maybe there's some use for it that I'm missing out on. Or who knows, maybe he was also just experimenting with it. This kind of goes back to, like, I can't necessarily speak for why his numbers are the way they are, other than just from me, you know, from in the 2020 data, from the point that I've determined or from the points where I've been able to achieve a high win rate, I've only taken it twice in the calendar year, so, and never in Act 1, so I don't know. I don't think it's a very good card. Sucks that it's so rare, I guess. Although maybe it's good that it's rare, because then you see it less often, so there's less times you're getting a dud. And Concentrate's very similar to... It's just another card that's only useful to me in Runic Pyramid. It's the only time it makes sense, and it does basically the same thing that Outmaneuver does. It just does it the turn that you want it instead of setting it up next turn. But Act 1, it makes 0 sense for me to add Concentration. Distraction is a horrible card, and this is a card I would say never has maybe any reason to be in a deck, other than, like, in the same way of Alchemize. If you're about to die and you know your deck can't handle the next fight, it could be some weird Hail Mary just for that. But, you know, the thing with Distraction is, like, there's so many different type of skills for Silent that the variance justifying, like, a card slot for this, and also, you know, unupgraded, you have to spend energy on it, like, it just makes no sense. Like, you might get Phantasmal Killer, you might get Blade Dance, you might get I don't know, Concentrate, you might even get, like, a Reflex or a maybe it gets you defense, maybe it gets you poison. You just really don't know what it's going to get you, and there's not really that many high cost cards in the Silent arsenal that, like, the energy reduction really does that much good for you. You know, especially the skill. I think Nightmare is, like, the only 3-cost skill. And even then, like, Nightmare, it needs good targets to even really make sense. Like, I will talk more about Nightmare come the next tier list, because that's really when it starts to shine. But, yeah, that's Distraction. It's just unreliable, it's bad. And setup, I don't know why this card... I guess the only reason it exists is because Silent seemed to have this idea that they'd set up big turns the following turn, but to me, the Silent is this card makes the least sense for the Silent. Like, I could see a case for this card in every other class because they have some of these high cost cards that you could cheese out. Like a Meteor Strike would probably love to see this. Even like an Echo form might, because, or like a Demon form, or even a Bludgeon. But the Silent doesn't have cards like that. Like they're usually the high cost good cards for Silent are 2 cost, and there's not enough justification to like use setup on those to just reduce the cost, you know, have a net reduction of 1 to the reduction of cost there. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because it costs energy to play setup. It's another thing you gotta remember. True, it upgrades to 0 cost. I still don't think it really matters. Like, you know, the only 3 cost cards are Eviscerate, Nightmare, and Wraith form, and both Nightmare and Wraith form really have no need for setup. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. Whether you have, like, setup is not gonna really help those cards. You don't need setup for those to work. You need well-laid plans for those to work, right? Setup, and setup isn't, you can't, I can't even make the argument that setup is just like a shittier option than well-laid plans but still viable. I just don't think it's viable. Like, you have to, if you don't have a well-laid plans, then you're not reliably drawing these cards in the same turn, so it makes 0 sense. Setup is one of the worst cards in the game. I would like to see it just removed. If they just removed this or reworked it entirely, that would help Silent a bit, because these cards that just have no purpose in your deck, the more and more you have of them, the worse the class will be. And on a similar note, accuracy, I just don't think it's ever worth including in any deck. It's not the card that makes a Shiv deck work. It's the pure definition of win more. If you look at Jerb's data here, you know, 0 times he took it. For me, I think I can remember at least once I took it, but I know I didn't need it. I guess I have it 3, but trust me, I didn't need it. I probably was just playing around with trying to make the card work, and I've came to the same conclusion every time. It's one of the worst cards in the game. You can't go all in on Shivs, and even if you do, accuracy, the thing with Shivs is, like, a Shiv heavy style deck will have no problem flying through most of the game. The problem you run into with a Shiv style deck, even without accuracy, that it's flying through the game, right? And once you hit Time Eater, and even Awaken one, but especially Time Eater, you're gonna have a real problem. And even if you win that, the Heart also, I would argue the Heart is even worse than Time Eater as far as Shivs goes. But the thing with accuracy is you already stomp the game without it, with those Shiv style decks, and all it does is help you stomp those fights even more. But come time for the Heart and the Time Eater and Awaken one, accuracy doesn't really help you one goddamn, you know? Is that a term, one goddamn? You know, adding 3 or 5, depending on if you upgrade it or not, is just not how you make these decks beat those things. You really, what you have to do to win those fights is to have options outside of Shivs, or at least have proper scaling. Like, proper scaling for Shivs is things like Shuriken Kunai and especially in Venom and After Image. It's not accuracy. So I would just never take accuracy. And Expertise, this is another card that needs a rework. It was already bad before, but it at least served a purpose. Like, the old Hovering Kite, I think, is the only reason this card exists. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, Silent already has such good card draw that, and if you're drawing cards, it usually should be your first option in a turn, and this, you can't do that with Expertise. You know, you draw a minimum of 5 cards each turn, and, you know, filling your hand back up to whatever number Expertise says, I forget exactly what it says, but you have to basically play cards before drawing, which makes no sense at all. So it's just a bad card. Never really has any place in any deck ever. Prepared, I don't think it's a very good card. I definitely don't think it has any place in Act 1 deck. As I've said before, it's, if you didn't include this card, all it really does when you have it is it draws the card that you would have drawn had you not included this card, and then you have to discard a card. You can either do that at the start or the end of the turn. It doesn't really matter, but like, it just doesn't make much sense. All it really does is reduce your hand size by 1 the turn you have it, for no real benefit. I guess the only real benefit would be is if actual discard synergies existed, which we've kind of gone over. They're just not really there. Oddly enough, in my opinion, the only card that really synergizes well with this is After Image and Thousand Cuts, particularly Thousand Cuts. But in Act 1, I still don't think that synergy is enough to justify this. The only time I would really add this is in Act 2. Because the thing is with Prepared, it's a liability against the knob, right? You're giving him strength to do nothing, really. And that's pretty shit. So that's Prepared. Tactician, I guess it's better than Reflex, but that's like, it's kind of comparing a pile of puke to a pile of shit. Like, what do you really want to eat, right? Tactician, I don't know, at least it sometimes can find use, but it definitely not in Act 1. I definitely don't see any reason in Act 1 to add these. Act 2, the 2 conditions present that I can justify Tactician would be, A, I need Runic Pyramid, so it needs to just automatically retain. And B, I need Tools of the Trade. I need that level of consistency from Disarm. The combo of those is the only time I can justify this. Then I'm kind of getting some extra free energy at the cost of a card slot, which is still something I'm only doing if I absolutely need to, but at least it's an option. Reflex, on the other hand, there's just never any reason to include this card. They should, in my opinion, like, if they really want to make this card work, and they want to make this card actually pickable. So right now, it just cycles itself unupgraded, and upgraded it'll draw 2 cards. This is a pretty radical change, but in my opinion, if you really want to make this viable and make discard like a little bit more enticing, you should make Reflex unupgraded give you 3 cards and upgraded give you 5, in my honest opinion. Like, it needs to do something insane to really work here. And even if they don't want to make it draw cards, it needs to do something good, because right now it's just complete trash. In the final one we have for our Act 1 tier list is Grand Finale. It exists for meme purposes, I'm sure, but I don't think there's no reliable way to make this card work. Maybe I'm missing something here, but I don't know. It's just so actual hard, especially in Ascension 20, to make this card work. You just don't have the luxury to have the time to set up a deck where this could consistently get played. It's definitely like at least like Reflex. So with Reflex, you're like adding a curse to your deck, right? But it's a curse that sometimes cycles itself. Grand Finale, there's no way to really make this curse work. I think in 600 to 700, I don't know what my total play, I can't remember. I have a lot of hours, and I think I've made it on Ascension 20. I think I've made it work like twice or something. And I only get it in my deck through transforms, like very sad transforms, and I'll remove this over a strike any day. Same with Reflex. I gave these two their own special shit tier. The funny thing is, I think curses are generally better than these cards, because at least curses, you can make use of the synergies a little bit better. Like, at least curses will give you some some max HP potentially from Darkstone. They could give you some strength from Dubudong, or you could cycle them. You could exhaust them with Blue Flame Candle. But the synergies are actually harder to pull off than just general curse synergies, which is pretty funny to think about. So that is the end there. Going to take a quick break again, and then we'll fly through the second ones, because since we've already gone over every card, we probably just can briefly go over most of them for the second portion here. So we'll go over that in a minute here.
All right. It's a lot longer than I thought it would be, but I don't know. I guess I'm making this as if I were a new player. Something I really like details, and I don't know, making it as if I were future me, present me, talking to past me. So we're on to the rest of the game now. So now, just to reiterate, at this point you want to be a lot more picky with which cards you're adding. Every act from here on out, you're generally skipping, just straight up doing the skip option more and more. As I outlined before, it was like, so I skip about 20% of the time in Act 1, jumps up to 33% in Act 2, then 46 and 59% by Act 4. Granted, that's just one choice, but it still goes up. So yeah, we're being more picky. We're generally not taking attacks anymore, though it's not always out of the question, especially in Act 2. Sometimes we're still taking attacks. Like dash at this point in the game, I'm only taking for defense. The offensive portion has now become pretty irrelevant to me. It's really just taken if I need defense. And then there's a few other, like Glass Knife, if I still need burst, it could be an option. Flechettes fills that same option, but also can possibly make use of some other synergies. But really, in general, attacks have now gone by the wayside at this point in the game. And now we see kind of a new list forming here. And also, I would say generally a higher amount of no's on the good fit for tier list. Because the fact of the matter is, as the game goes on, your deck starts to get a theme going, and depending on that theme, some cards may or may not make sense. Which, again, originally I totally get the criticisms of a tier list. I guess I just, this is a good example of that. As the game goes on, there's less and less of some general value going on, although I still think that a lot of cards have general value, and I think a lot of newer players or struggling players don't understand that value. So I do still think this portion is actually very, very useful, if not even more useful than the Act 1, because to be honest, what we see here in my high sort of B, but especially A and S tier options, is kind of what makes up a lot of my winning decks, a lot of my Ascension 20 heart killing decks, right? So we'll get into it here. Wraith form was already good before, it's even better now. You just can't have too many of these cards. They're so good. And I will say, the Shop Relic Dolly's Mirror, this is the number one card that I purchased that relic for. Apparently I'm trying to connect. Oh, okay. Spotty internet, whatever. Wraith form is just so good. I mean, it makes things like the all the bosses, all the elites, any fight, all the normals, like Act 2 and beyond, there's just so many of these fights where outside of a piercing wail or some pretty buffed up footwork, you just have no chance of blocking all the damage. But Wraith form just makes those fights so trivial. Something like the automaton using his hyper beam, taking it from 60 plus damage down to 1 damage is pretty hilarious, right? That's pretty broken. And if you have Well-Laid Plans loves to be comboed with these type of Wraith form, piercing wail type cards. it's just so good. I don't know. There's not much to say other than it's an amazing card. Now Malaise, whereas I didn't think it fit well into a tier list for Act 1, it's pretty clear that it fits well beyond that as a S+ tier card. It's so commonly found in winning decks. There's not really a better way, other than I guess Wraithform and a bunch of Piercing Wails, to really deal with a lot of the enemies in the game, particularly by the time the Act 3 bosses roll around. This card alone can make the Awakened One a pretty trivial fight, which for me, Awakened One is actually my hardest Act 3 boss. I still am, I have a ways to go with learning how to beat that one, but if there's one thing that by far makes it easier fight for me, Malaise is the number one card for that. And it's also pretty great against Time Eater as well. It just, it allows you to do the things that they counter, right? Like, you have two options, really. You can still, like against Awaken One, you can just play it and not play any powers, and he'll just be so weak for most of the fight, right? Or you can also use it as an excuse to play some powers and not give him the typical amount of strength. Same with Time Eater. It's like you could use it as an excuse to, play more cards than usual, and you can get away with it a little more. Or you can just do the normal game plan and just use this to further make his multi-attacks kind of trivial. And then against the Heart, I think it basically serves the same purpose a Piercing Wail does against the Heart, because the thing is the Heart, which is not a bad thing, right? And it has the luxury of, you can play it a turn early if they're not multi-attacking, and just doing like their big attack. You could play it early and still get the effect. But I think Piercing Wail and Malaise are essentially the same thing for the Heart, because the thing with the Heart is, on their turns where they don't attack, they clear any strength loss, so it's not like it persists through the fight, but it's still a really good card to have against a Heart. And just so many fights in general. I mean, like Snake Plant, this Avocado, aka Shelled Parasite, any enemy, Book of Stabbing, it makes Book of Stabbing laughably easy. So many fights in the game where these heavy multi-attackers, Malaise just permanently nerfs them, and that's just so hard to ignore the power of this card. It isn't necessarily useful in every fight, but the amount of like how much it nerfs those other fights that are typically hard fights is just too hard to ignore, and it's just such a good card. Now Piercing Wail, this is the most winning card for both me, just to reiterate, if we just sort by overall wins, you'll see, if I go to the first page, Piercing Wail, Acts 2 to 4, accounts for most of my wins, other than the skip is cheating, because that's just, that's like saying I went through the run, right? But, 30 wins to my name because of it in the mid to late game, and 24 to my name by picking in Act 1. For Jorbs, it is, I think, even more pronounced. This is... Yeah, so we're on page 1. Look at that. Piercing Wail. Actually, Backflip even more than Piercing Wail for him, so... Just further speaking to how good that is, I wonder, Backflip for me is up there too. It's interchangeable, I think, from mid to late game with how good the two of them are. I think they could have gone either way with both of us, but one thing's for sure, they're both very good cards come mid to late game. But Piercing Wail, I think, is just good at every stage, as you can see here. Like, even with him, it's his, 33 wins to his name, picking it in Act 1. So that's the story of Piercing Wail. If you weren't aware of how good the card is, this list should hopefully allow you to start taking it more. My thought with Piercing Wail is you can almost never have too many of them. I've totally had I think 6. 6 might be my limit. I think between 4 and 6, depending on your deck. Because here's the thing,
6 is probably too much, right? But it isn't necessarily too much. The thing is, for every piercing wail you have, that's just another multi-attack that gets completely erased, right? That's another turn against the heart that you survive a multi-attack on. That's another turn against Awakened One that you survive his 4 attack on, right? Which can be pretty devastating if he has any amount of strength gain. You know, the Time Eater 3 attack. Even like the 2 attacks, it does some pretty good work on. It doesn't, like against Dono and Dika, it's decent. It's a decent form of damage mitigation. It won't completely do it, but you could combo it with like a burst, and it pretty much does the trick. And then even in the non-multi-attacks, like just mobs in general, it does way more than most of your singular 1 energy defense cards can hope to do. Just a very good card. And it exhausts itself, so you can get away with adding a lot of them to your deck, right? Same with Adrenaline. I mean, you're not gonna not add Adrenaline to your deck. It's just too good. Now Catalyst, we're still gonna say it's not a good fit, but it'd feel wrong putting it anywhere than S+. It's just too damn good come mid to late game. If you have any amount of poison, and similar to Piercing Wail, you can add multiples of this to your deck and be fine for it. Like I've had 4 or 5 on some runs, and it's like, that doesn't hurt you at all. All it really does is allow you to be more liberal with how early you just sort of throw down catalysts. And then you just keep throwing them down, and you do a lot. But really, you only need one. One alone should give you a win condition, as long as you have any amount of poison application, like any realistic amount, right? If you have a Nightmare to combine with it, all the better, right? There's not many enemies in the game that Nightmare plus Catalyst doesn't kill in one turn, or I should say 2 turns, because you draw it all on the second turn. But on that turn that you draw 3 Catalysts, particularly if they're upgraded, there's not much in the game that can survive that. Even if you're working off a very small amount of poison, that's gonna jump up pretty quick. Probably Sideways, Head, Elite, and Heart are the only 2 that won't just outright die to that. And most likely Sideways, Head's still dying to that. Heart has the luxury of having damage limits per turn, but yeah, that's just a winning combination there. Nightmare plus Catalyst. We'll get to Nightmare in a minute here though. Catalyst, I don't know, it's just, it makes so many fights like 10% as long as they would as if you didn't have the Catalyst. Like the game becomes so much easier if you have a few of these. It's almost like you're just guaranteed to win as long as you have some defense to support it. Crippling Cloud, nothing changes here really. It's still an incredibly good card. I've had around 3 or 4 is fine to have. More than that might be a little overkill, but especially if you can upgrade them, like 3 or 4 is a nice sweet spot to shoot for. Obviously you're rarely going to get that much, but just trying to illustrate the fact that it's like exhaustible, so you can get away with including a lot of them in your deck. It's just always going to be good mid to late game. It's never not going to be good to play this card. You're mitigating a ton of damage with AoE weakness while also applying a ton with AoE poison, which then further sets up your ability to catalyst whatever target you need. Yeah, you can't beat Crippling Cloud. And Well-Laid Plans, I think I listed it A tier in the Act 1. It jumps up to S tier. It's still a great Act 1 ad, but if you don't have a Well-Laid Plans, it's pretty high priority to get one in your deck. Like if you see it at a shop, you should probably spend money on it. As for including, and also I've jumped the upgrade up to high. Act 1 you're not really making use of the double card retention, but come mid to late game, you definitely probably want this upgraded. It literally doubles. It's as if you had 2 of the card once you upgrade it, right? When you play it, because you're doubling the amount of cards you retain. And as for including more than 1 copy, it's not completely out of the question, but it's not super necessary. I would never include more than 2, but I've definitely included 2 before and even upgraded both. It's almost like a makeshift runic pyramid at that point. being able to retain forward cards. I'd only do it if it makes sense. Like if you find yourself like thinking, it would have been nice if I could have retained more than 2 cards, like then go for it. Otherwise, it isn't really necessary. Footwork also jumps up to the S tier. You're never going to be sad to see a footwork come any point of the game, really, but especially mid to late. That's going to really boost all these defensive cards that you are more inclined to take now that mid to late game is in effect. Corpse Explode, not much of a change here. You're taking it at any point of the game. Still, I maintain probably only 1 is good. 2 can work only if you're severely starved for poison damage and you have like a catalyst in your deck already. Like if you really are just hurting for ways to make that catalyst work, then maybe add another one. But it's generally in the unupgraded form, it's pretty weak as far as poison application goes. Really still wants that upgrade. I'd still prioritize, for both these cards, I would prioritize that upgrade to get the poison actually working good. Though if I had a catalyst, I still upgrade catalyst first. That's going to get you the most poison. Just hands down, it's the best upgrade you can do. Leg Sweep also has jumped into S tier kind of unsituationally. It's just too damn good. It has a high floor, it has a high ceiling. Applying a ton of block, being able to use the extra energy that you might have. Even if you don't have extra energy, it's still amazing. Like, not a super high priority upgrade, but yeah, it's just such a damn good card. Same with Backflip. I don't know, maybe Backflip should be S. Definitely if you have footwork, it's S. But I think I still generally would add these over Backflip without footwork. So in a general sense, I do think it's probably A+ instead of S. But when you're comparing against the A and S tier, you're like, you're not necessarily making a wrong choice should you decide, to jump very far outside of either of these. Backflip is just this good bread and butter card. I mean, it gives you card draw, which at this point in the game you want. You want to draw cards the same turn that you play the card, and you usually have the energy to make it work. You usually have the dexterity sometimes to really make the defense side of it shine. Just a very solid card that really has no downsides, only has upsides. Noxious Fumes is still a great pick. I'm hesitant to add more than 1 if I have like other good options at poison. I still want at least 1. I want to get the effect of essentially locking in my poison. But if I have like an upgraded Crippling Cloud and a Corpse Explode, maybe a Bouncing Flask, I really have, and a Catalyst especially, like I really have no need of a second Noxious Fumes. It's win more territory at that point, and becomes it's not going to win you any more fights than you would have, and it becomes a little bit of a liability against like Awaken 1, and just kind of it's never going to match the poison application that Catalyst can do, right? Like you just don't really need 2 Noxious Fumes a lot of the times. But not out of the question. I've had runs where I don't have much other good poison application, but I have like good defense. In those cases, it can totally make sense to have 2 Noxious Fumes and just have that be your way that you apply poison. It's not like ideal, but it's totally workable. I've definitely won a lot of games that way too. That goes for all the poison cards. Like I've had runs where just 2 Bouncing Flask, I had no Catalyst, no other poison, but that was like my heart win condition, and it totally worked. I had a burst to combo with it as well, but that was, granted those fights last a lot longer than they would without, if you had Catalyst, but they're totally winnable still. Much more winnable, I would say, even than your typical like Shiv style deck or whatnot. And Nightmare, this is the one that felt really bad for me to list in the F tier, but I still kind of stand by that. It's night and day, the difference by mid game to late game. Like, it's still I didn't say it's a good fit because it really isn't. This is a card that really needs combo pieces to shine. Otherwise, it just doesn't. It doesn't always have a place in every deck. To say what the best combo is, we've already outlined that Catalyst, but there's other cards that combos with too, like Wraith Form. If I have a Wraith Form, if I have a Catalyst, even a Footwork, those are all good enough cards for me to justify having a Nightmare. Piercing Wail is not a horrible Nightmare target either if I only have one Piercing Wail. If I only have one Piercing Wail, that could be justification even enough for me to get Nightmare, because there's a lot of fights where you kind of need more than one, and Nightmare is a way to achieve that. But definitely the top tier 2, I would say, is Catalyst and Wraith Form. If you Nightmare those, they're gonna carry you through any fight. Even a Footwork can be pretty damn good to Nightmare. I mean, if you're able to play most of those Footworks, especially if the Footworks are upgraded, you're not going to really take much damage from that point out in the fight, as long as you have any decent amount of blocking skills. But, other than that, a Blur can be an okay target as well, as long as you have Footwork to support it. There aren't necessarily a whole lot of other really great targets though for Nightmare, and if you don't have some of them, I don't know that you really should add this card to your deck. Remember, this is a card that you should take if you think that it adds a win condition. The only time there is one exception I would make to that. I would say that if you have Snecko I think Nightmare is just a generally good add, even without super great combo pieces, because it's a whole different ball game in the Snecko Eye world. In that case, the average cost of Nightmare is so low that you can usually just play it without much investment, and usually there's some pretty good value card that came in that turn at a low cost that you can combo it with, and it will still be that cost on the following turn. So for example, let's say I have a Leg Sweep, which would be, I would definitely want that in any deck, but especially a Snecko deck, or even a Bouncing Flask, right? If Nightmare comes in at, say, a 2 cost, or even a 3 cost still, but my Bouncing Flask came in at a 0 cost, I would Nightmare the fuck out of that, right? That's a lot of poison for basically free that following turn. That's a good play, right? So Snecko Eye Nightmare is a very high value pick, just regardless. But other than that, I kind of just ask myself, is this going to provide me a win condition that I didn't have otherwise? And if the answer is yes, I'll take it, and it'll be probably the number one choice for me in whatever the 3 cards that are offered. But you don't want to include it just to include it, because it is a card that either does a lot for you or does nothing for you. Very similar to an Envenom. An Escape Plan, at this point in the game, there's no downside to really including it. I still say it doesn't necessarily fit tier lists good, because on a straight up power level, I don't really consider it as powerful as any of the cards here. It's just a lot of these cards, especially in the B tier, I would maybe just straight up skip, whereas Escape Plan, I'm never straight up skipping at this point in the game. Even though it technically can be somewhat questionable against Time Eater and even the Heart, I don't think your typical deck, the typical deck hurts that much from having Escape Planet versus those fights. And then for the rest of the game, it's just really a great card to have in your deck. Not really I guess maybe Velvet Choker doesn't want a whole lot of these, so that's maybe another reason that might warrant a skip. That's about it, though. I can't think of too many. Oh, and I guess Snecko Eye doesn't want it. But that's about it. That's really about it. Most of the time, it's just a fine card that doesn't have much of a downside to add to your deck. It doesn't even necessarily hurt your, if you have an overall deck size that seems high, you kind of have to factor in. I would subtract the amount of Escape Plans you have, because those really don't cost any energy, and they cycle themselves. So you can have a quote unquote fat deck with a lot of these in it, and it's not actually fat. Burst as well is super situational still, but the situations that you find in this point in the game typically will want to have a burst in the deck, and at this point you probably want to upgrade it too. It's a pretty big upgrade. Burst plus Catalyst is already a pretty insane play, especially if Catalyst is upgraded. But anything really, like leg sweep is a pretty good burst. Even backflip will pretty much refill your entire hand while giving you a pretty good amount of block. Even like adrenaline can be okay with burst. Almost every skill really at this point is pretty fine to combo with burst. I'm only skipping burst if I have like a better option that I need more. Similar to escape plan, I don't think by mid to late game I'm ever really just straight up gonna skip burst. Like, I don't think there's too bad of a reason. There's not really any reason for me not to take burst. I guess the only thing is sometimes I'll pass it up over favor of some of these other cards, but hard to skip it. Hard to justify skipping this card mid to late game. After image, I think this is pretty situational at this point. I think by mid to late game, it doesn't provide enough block typically for me to take it. If my deck is pretty high cost, or if I find that if I'm just playing like 3 cards a turn, I don't think after image is really worth it. But there's a lot of decks that kind of play a pretty, maybe 5 to 6 cards a turn, and in that case, after image can still be okay if you need it. This is a pretty hard one to evaluate at this point in the game. Like, it's a very good card in the decks that it can shine in, but I don't know that you really want to add it at this point in the game. I think most of the time you'd rather just see a footwork, and I don't know if it improves your deck enough to really include it a lot of the time. But I kind of average it out to A- just because it's like, it wouldn't be the worst thing to include it. Like, it won't have a massive negative thing. I just think that as you fine-tune your game, you'll find there's a lot of times you don't really want after image sometimes, but it's still a pretty good card. Calculated Gamble is just a solid card. I mean, in any type of deck at this point, it can work. Even like Snecko Eye, even though it's a 0 cost that now got upgraded to a 1.5, it's actually still really good in Snecko Eye because you're drawing at least 7 cards a turn. That's a lot of chance. Like, that's kind of a good guarantee. Not really a guarantee, but it certainly helps protect you against some of those really bad RNG turns that inevitably will come in with Snecko Eye. I still think Snecko Eye is the best relic in the game, but you are going to have some turns every now and then where you can't really play much in your hand, and Calculated Gamble is an option to kind of escape. Maybe they should call it Calculated Gamble Escape Plan, because really it's like, they actually really should change the names on those, because it's like, no, yeah, whatever. I don't know. Just throw away your hand. Not much to say on it. You throw away your hand, you get a new hand. That's never not really a good option, right? And it usually costs nothing. And even when it does cost something, it would be in Snecko Eye, and it's still fine in Snecko Eye. I just think that it's not necessarily super insane, and everything above it is maybe just generally more powerful, but if I need it, if I think I need it, I'll add it. Or it's even a card that I don't even think you can get away with adding this card even if you don't necessarily need it. I feel it's one of the few cards in the game I would make that exception for, just because it has a pretty little downside. And I actually prefer it in the unupgraded form. I like it to exhaust itself, just kind of as a one-time thing. But yeah, Calculated Gamble, it's pretty good. Blur is definitely good. Likes to see a footwork, but if it's already upgraded, I'll also take it. Both of those are good situations to take it in. If I don't have footwork, and I don't have typically a lot of just block being generated, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to add it. And that's really all there is to say about that. Acrobatics gets better and better the later the game is. This is probably one of the more like late game skewed cards, I would say. But it's absolutely fine at this point to add. You might have extra energy or other ways to gain energy and whatnot, and you can justify spending a card, energy on a card to just purely draw cards. And it's pretty good at doing that. 3 to 4 cards, depending on if you upgraded it or not. That's generally just a good play. Still prefer backflip generally, maybe even calculated gamble, but it's still a really good card. Bouncing Flask, it's maybe a little less desirable to me than it was in Act 1, though it doesn't fall off a whole lot if I still need poison application. It's definitely a card that I'm only adding if I'm still hurting for poison, or if it's Snecko Eye. Snecko Eye, I'll probably add this most of the time I see it, unless I'm kind of really overboard on poison, but it's too good in Snecko Eye to pass up a lot of the time. But outside of Snecko Eye, the usual case, really I'm just adding it if I still need poison. It's still a fine option for that, but I'm skipping it more at this point in the game, I'd say. 1,000 Cuts, it's a hard one to evaluate. If you don't, if you're starting to transition to the poison and defense game plan, there's no reason to add this card anymore. But if you're unfortunate enough not to be able to do that, it's one of the better cards to still allow you a way to win. Because most likely you're kind of leaning towards some shivs or otherwise kind of low cost, some weird deck like that, right, where you play a bunch of cards each turn, and you're hard pressed to find a card other than 1,000 Cuts. And Venom's probably similar, but 1,000 Cuts just gives you a nice AoE option of damage and just a pretty good form of scaling damage in those kind of rapid fire type decks. And in Venom, I'm skipping it more at this. I'm much more picky with it at this point. The only time I'd say it has general value is in, I think, Snecko Eye. I think I can be a little more liberal with picking it in Snecko Eye just because at an average of 1.5 cost unupgraded, I think it's pretty good, even if you don't have a lot of supporting pieces, though it's still not like auto pick or anything, but I think it just has a good general sense, or a good general value for Snecko Eye. But in the normal game at this point, I need a good reason to add in Venom. Otherwise, it's usually a skip. Like I said before, this is a card that either does nothing for you or is like the cornerstone of your deck. In Act 1, you could be a little more liberal with taking it because it's easier to build into it, especially since that's when you're adding your attacks. But at this point in the game, if you don't already have like a Riddle with Holes, if you don't already have Flechettes, I don't really know, or like a bunch of Dagger Sprays or Shivs. Those would probably be the cards I'm looking for, or Snecko Skull. I just don't think in Venom has a place at this point in the game. You probably should just skip it in that case. You take it if you think this is the card you need to make your deck work. It needs to be insane with your deck to really justify taking it at this point. That being said, though, give it a thought. It can be very good in the right deck, or it can be completely useless. It's really only experience will allow you to learn the times that you do that or not. And dodge and roll, still maintain that I generally want blur over it, but it's still pretty fine. And there's definitely times that it shines more than blur would. Both, though, I think dodge and roll is very hard for me to take if I don't have dexterity. This card really wants dexterity to properly be used. Like, even if it's offered upgraded, I don't know that I take it without dexterity. And that's really all there is to say with dodge and roll. It double dips in dexterity in a way that no other card in the game really does, other than like blur in a sense, or I guess burst even, you could argue. Predator, I think of the attacks, the ones that I still take would typically be Predator, Dash, and Flechettes. Maybe a Glass Knife. But I don't know. I think it's still a pretty good... I think it maintains the most value out of any attack because of the utility it provides. But generally, I don't know. You don't need attack. Like, this is usually just going to be Act 2. If you're still looking for attacks, sometimes you are. This would be the one, probably the top one you'd want to add. And it's also worth noting that in Sneko I really like this card. I'll add a few of them to my deck, even in the mid to late game if I have Sneko going on, because you play it for an average of 1.5 and it just fills your entire hand up the next turn, which in Sneko the confusion buff, I'll call it, because it is a buff when you're drawing in that many cards. You're bound to hit at least some 1 to 0 costs. You gotta be pretty damn unlucky to get a hand of 2 and 3s if you play Predator the turn before. It's possible this should be in C tier though, in a general sense. I don't think you should really be on the lookout for Predator necessarily if you're at the point you're looking for scaling. You really shouldn't be adding any attacks really, other than dash if you're like super starved for defense. But it is an unideal way to gain defense, I'll put it that way. Cloak and Dagger, I actually like it a little bit better mid to late game, because I still don't love this card, but at this point, if you have some synergies to make it work, it's pretty good. Even without this, well, it does really need synergies to justify its inclusion at this point in the game, which is pretty true of most cards, but especially this card. It's like After Image and Venom, Kunai, Shuriken, maybe even Thousand Cuts. These are cards that really make this enticing, and even a Footwork. I mean, a Footwork, it does give it some extra defense, the same as all these other ones do. So, if you have a Footwork, Cloak and Dagger, it can be a good option. I do definitely prefer these other ones though, like Blur, Dodge and Roll, and even Deflect is similar. I guess to choose between Deflect and Cloak and Dagger really depends on what you need at the moment, or what your deck's looking like. Like Deflect, I don't really need it if I'm high on energy, but if I didn't get an energy relic, especially like a Runic Pyramid really loves to see Deflect. Even then though, if you have a Footwork, Deflect's never really a bad call. I guess you don't want to Deflect or Cloak and Dagger in a Velvet Choker typically. But yeah, that's really all there is to these three cards. They're all similar. Like, if you need defense, that's... Oh god, did I... Okay. I need to lock this thing. Deadly Poison, like I said, it's of the poison cards, other than Poison Stab, because Poison Stab's an attack, it's the one that falls off the most. It's still like a viable pick if you need poison, but I would hesitate adding it, because it really is not like that good, especially late game. It just doesn't add enough poison quick enough. You need quicker ways to apply poison, but if you're looking to build like something to make that catalyst work and you just don't have enough poison, like it's a serviceable way to get poison. Deadly Poison it is, but I just really am looking for the other cards. But it's not out of the question that you take a Deadly Poison. I would be hesitant to add it. If you don't need poison, definitely don't be adding this to your deck at this point. Like, if you're good on poison, you really don't need Deadly Poison anymore, even if it's offered upgraded. And Glass Knife in the same sense, like, even though it was really insane in Act 1, it falls off hard at this point, and really, you're only adding it if you need burst damage. Like, for whatever reason, you're needing burst to maybe kill some of these smaller minions and stuff. That's really the only reason I'm adding Glass Knife at that point. Usually, or if I had like an Akabeko, it's pretty good with Akabeko, or some, even like in Venom actually is pretty okay reason to take Glass Knife as well. If you're looking for things sometimes you end up with Envenom, from a transform, like you didn't even have a choice. It's okay to still try to build into it a little bit if you want to make it work come mid-game, but really Act 2 is really the only time I'm still adding attacks, and even then I'm really trying not to. Flechettes is a weird story. It's like I find myself adding it more in Act 2 than I do in Act 1, because there's just more of a way to make it work. But, only add it if you need it. You add it if you need damage, and particularly if there's good synergies present. Like, Akabeko plus Flechettes is an insane synergy. Even better if you can bottle flame it. Like, you're just deleting an enemy. Even an elite, like the slavers, you can delete any of them with Flechettes plus Akabeko usually. It's pretty insane. But even like in Venom, it's very good with. Very synergistic needing card though. Caltrops, it's like even less takeable to me than it was in Act 1, but not always out of the question. It's not out of the question that you still need some scaling form of damage. Like, you're not guaranteed to get a good options at poison or even any. And in those cases, Caltrops might be what you need. It is pretty hilariously good against birds, but that's only one fight, and I just don't find it super useful in a lot of the other fights. Still a little bit slow. It's scaling, but it's not scaling in the form that like poison is, where it kind of stacks upon itself. I don't know. It is a power too, which I rarely could see justification for playing this against Awaken One, for example. So at that point, it's kind of a curse in your deck. I don't really like Caltrops. Backstab, I'm really not looking to add this beyond Act 1, but it's not 100% out of the question. Like, if I have synergies that I maybe can use, like, particularly Kunai and Shuriken, if I need to proc those and get them going, it's not out of the question that I might add another Backstab. But again, I don't, or just one in general. Like I definitely probably, if I already had a Backstab, I'm never adding another come Act 2, but if I didn't have one and I just needed a little bit of extra burst, it's free burst that exhausts itself and is available at the beginning. Like, it kind of does exactly what you need if you're hurting for burst. That's why Backstab I still kind of listed in the C- tier. Like, it can still fulfill a role. It just, typically you don't need that role filled if you already made it to Act 2. And Infinite Blades, at this point in the game, I'm really, I guess, only taking it if I need to make use of some of those Shiv-ish type synergies. Otherwise, don't take that. Tools of the Trade, pretty rare I'd be taking this. I guess there's some weird world where I might have took Hovering Kite because I was offered like Wrist Blades and Runic Dome or something, and maybe in that world I took Hovering Kite without already having a Tools of the Trade. In that case, Tools of the Trade would be a good add. Other than that, it's card draw that's too slow to justify adding at this point in the game. Bullet Time is a super niche card at this point. You could add it in like Runic, like as I said before, at this point in the game, a lot of these cards that I've listed in the D category are mainly just because they can work in Runic Pyramid, and these three are kind of grouped together in that sense. They're actually quite good in Runic Pyramid if you need them. You don't always have problems clearing out your hands or even have problems with energy with Runic Pyramid, but often you do, especially in Act 2. Like, if you got it as your Act 1 reward, first few fights might be a little rough in Act 2 if you take Runic Pyramid, even though it is such a great relic. But these three cards are options to help you there if you find yourself hurting for energy and hurting to clear out your hands. These are probably the three best cards that you can add to help with that. But that's really the only reason to me that they hold any value. In Poison Stab, if you need poison, if you need attacks, there's just not a whole lot of good reason. Even though this is a really good Act 1 ad, there's not many good reasons to add it now beyond Act 1. Like, it is not a bad card at any point, it's just pretty underwhelming at this point. You still play the poison stabs that you had from Act 1 every now and then, but they're usually just sort of non-ideal plays on a lot of turns, and to intentionally add it to your deck at this point is a pretty underwhelming move and probably not going to help you win the game any. Same with Die Die Die. Same with Riddle with Holes outside of Snicko Eye. And also just needs some even with Snicko Eye, I need some synergies to really, like, Envenom is probably my favorite card to see with it. That and Akabeko. Those are the two things that might drive me to still take a Riddle with Holes. And that can be without Snicko Eye, really. Snicko Eye just kind of further adds to it because it's a little more playable at a 1.5 average cost. But really, Akabeko and Envenom are the main reasons I'd be adding it in Act 2 and beyond. Otherwise, it's just not going to do enough for me. Same with Skewer. They're similar in that regard. I think I like Riddle with Holes a little bit better for those situations, but Skewer is not out of the question either. Outside of those situations, though, there's not really a reason to add Skewer to your deck at this point. Same with Dagger Spray. It probably gets you less attacks, but does provide some AoE. All of these cards I have added in Act 2 before. It's just typically I'm not looking to do it, but it's not out of the question that you need to add them. If you still need that role filled in your deck, they're there for the taking. There's still good options at those roles. It's just I just don't find you need these roles filled at this point in the game. And Prepared, it could kind of be lumped in with these. I would say it has some use in Runic Pyramid, not as much use as these, but still some okay use, particularly if it's already upgraded when it's offered. I don't know if I really like it unupgraded, but the other time I would add it is maybe if I had an After Image or especially 1,000 Cuts. It could be something to kind of pad and make those powers a little bit better. I still want it to be upgraded, I think. It's hard for me to add this card when it's not upgraded. I still think that the whole concept of essentially having it reduce your hand size by 1 isn't necessarily worth the synergies that it gets from 1,000 Cuts or whatnot, but upgraded, at least it's draw +1 for no energy, and then also making use of those synergies. I guess also another synergy that it could make use of is Tough Bandages. It's not horrible in that case. It's almost like a escape plan at that point, and that's totally a fine reason to add Prepared to your deck. So it's a bad card that has uses at least beyond Act 1. Like, I've added it in Act 2 a few times, and it did okay. But it really needs synergies. It's not a card you're generally looking for in a general sense. Bane as well. Really, the only reason to add this is Envenom, if you need a card to make Envenom a little bit better. Outside of that, I just don't think you add it. Maybe you add it if you're still hurting for burst and you have some poison. I don't know. Doppelganger, same thing applies. I don't think it's any... I just don't think it's very good. Like, it's a shitty option that you can use if you need it. If you need some weird... You're hurting for energy and somehow you can find space to play it. It gives you some card draw too. I just think it's an extremely underwhelming card that isn't typically what you want. And Dagger Throw, I don't know too many situations outside of Act 1 I would add this, but I guess it at least has discard. Like, maybe you need to make use of the discard. The only real reason I could see adding that, it may be even worth dropping it to F at this point, but I think the discard every now and then could be useful. Like, especially if you had apparitions, having more discard. Ironically, the number one discard synergy I think is actually apparitions. So that's the event where you give up most of your health to get like the 3 intangible cards. But they're ethereal, so if you don't play them, if you don't need them the turn that you draw them, they kind of go to waste. But if you have enough discard, you can actually reliably just throw them back in your discard pile, and they'll cycle back through without dissolving. So that's ironically the best case I've ever found for discard is apparitions. And tactics, we kind of talked before, it's really the 2 things I need present are tools of the trade, or at least, or for whatever reason, a lot of discard. And I also probably need Runic Pyramid. That's really the only ways I can justify tactics. Otherwise, it's a curse that you add that doesn't justify its inclusion, I feel. I just don't think it does enough. And even Alchemize, I don't know. It feels like a win more card to me at this point in the game. But I guess if you still needed a Hail Mary, it's an option. And Terror, I also think is kind of outside. I don't know that it really provides you a win condition at this point. But if it does, it should be obvious to you that it is your win condition. And it'll be obvious to you in that situation when to take it. It's just really not going to come up very often. But it's not out of the question. And then at this, now we're in the gray tier. I just don't ever really see too many options to be taking these Act 2 and beyond. Even Unload, it's like, even where I would take Dagger Throw, the fact that Unload just kind of indiscriminately throws everything away. Maybe I still take it with Apparitions, but that's about it. I can't justify it otherwise. Maybe if I have, whatever you call it, the Tough Bandages, it could make sense too. Also worth noting is, we already said Calculated Gamble is really good. If you have Tough Bandages, this probably jumps up significantly. That it's really good with Tough Bandages. But yeah, that's Unload. Eviscerate just doesn't scale. I would much rather this card just like costed 1, did like not much damage, but kind of scaled up per discard. I don't know, I feel like maybe then it makes it like scale somehow, but as it stands, it's just too much setup for too little payoff. Sucker Punch, you don't really need that at this point. The only way I would add Sucker Punch is if I had Paper Crane, and for whatever reason I didn't have any Leg Sweep or Crippling Cloud. That could be an option to add Sucker Punch, but that's really it. Finisher, unless the only time I'd look for this is if I had a weird Pandora's box, because the problem with Finisher is like building into the deck where Finisher works is too hard to do. But a Pandora's box is the one time I feel like it's realistic that can happen, and that's really the only time I can make Finisher work. Other than that, it's just mid to late game. If your deck is attack skewed, I don't see how you're winning. So in the same sense, I don't see how Phantasmal Killer is a winning play. And Storm of Steel, I really don't see how it's gonna do you much good at this point. There's so many better options at Shivs. There's really no reason for Endless Agony at this point either. That's really, all these attacks, they've just lost their value completely. There's no need for them really. And Distraction continues to be bad. Setup continues to be bad. Accuracy continues to be useless, as does these. Masterful Stab, as we've said, becomes such a liability at this point in the game, as does All Out Attack. Choke is just super underwhelming. The only reason you're adding Choke is probably the same reason you would add Finisher. And then we demote Sneaky Strike to the shit tier along with the cards that are already in the shit tier, because this card is so anti-scaling that I don't know, it's just, who cares if I get a free 10 to 14 damage in the mid to late game. Just not good enough. Really just not justifying. Maybe if the card cycled itself it could work, but it doesn't. So Yeah, that's that. Maybe if it also drew cards on top of cycling itself, it really just needs something more to make this work. And that's our list. You know, nothing changes here either. They continue to be useless. You know, that's the whole list. If we want to reiterate just a few things, you know, looking through to kind of support everything: Piercing Whale, Backflip, Crippling Cloud, Wraith Form, Catalyst in the late game, Adrenaline, Footwork, Corpse Explode, Leg Sweep, and you know, I pay more attention to the total wins because the win rates are, you know, they can vary on many factors in the game, and at these sample sizes, it's hard to pay much mind to the win rates, though. Ironically, I feel like the total wins is kind of good to go off of it. It just shows that the cards that have allowed you to win the most, I guess. You know, even Dagger Spray Act 1, you can see it's done pretty good for me, as good as Well Laid Plans does, which is good. I mean, this is such a good card, right? Even Backflip Act 1 isn't horrible, as we've seen, but it's just a little more niche. Bouncing Flask, as I've said, it's pretty good. I think I value it high, and I stand by it. Deadly Poison, kind of a bread and butter card. Still an okay win rate, still higher than my overall, so it's a good thing to see. Dodge and Roll, I'm a little picky with it, but I think it shows that I'm smart to be picky with it, because the times that I do pick it, it's resulted in a above 50% win rate. Escape Plan's really good. Malaise, it's really good. You know, just all these cards just tend to result in a lot of wins and a high win rate, right? So that's kind of that. I mean, and you know, some of these, like Poison Stab, you might think, oh, it only picking in Act 1 was resulting in 11% win rate. I would say I've just taken it a little more than I should have. I still think it's probably the best common attack other than Dagger Spray. If you go over to Jorbs, it's a different story. Like, it's like, did I pass it over already? We're looking at X. Oh. Noxious Fiend. Yeah, right here. So it was, you know, 36% win rate for him on a pretty good pick, but he picked it a little less than I think I simply picked it too many times. Like I should have been a little more picky with it. You know, there was a time when I ended up with I ended up putting Poison Stab as B+, and I still stand by that. That low win rate is kind of a relic of me. As I was building this, I kind of had it higher than it should have been, which resulted in me kind of picking it too much. So I wasn't as picky with Poison Stab as I should have been, which is to say it's still not a card you necessarily have to be that picky with. Like, you know, if you look at Jorbs, just the card pick rates per act, I'll just sort by take count even, and it should be one of the more taken cards in Act 1. Like, you know, it still took it for 54% of the time, so it's not like it's not one of the cards you're looking for. It's just maybe not a card that is quite on the level of these A tier and S tier options. So that's kind of what there is there. Like, hopefully this gives you an idea, you know, of which cards just typically win you runs, right? Yeah, hopefully you find it useful. This is very in-depth, and I really hope it helps some of you players out. I'd really be curious to see what y'all think. Criticism is always welcome, so is support. Obviously, I like one better than the other. I'll let you guess which one, but yeah, if you have any questions as well, shoot them my way, either in the comment section or whatnot. Like, I'm a lover of data. I'm a lover of this game. So, yep, that's it. Hopefully it's useful. See you later.